Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. We are on the record in case number 9648, the 2021 through 2023 EmPOWER program cycle. It's good to see everybody back here for this every 6-month affair. Today we're going to be discussing the latter 6 months of calendar year 2022, hearing the semi-annual reports of the program administrators, including our larger utilities, as well as the Department of Community and Housing. We're going to have an agenda, which many of you should have already received today. We'll go through the utility programming. The commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then subsequent to today's hearing, the commission will issue an order if there are any changes based on the requests or proposals tendered to the commission today. I would note that obviously we are in the third and final year of this current program cycle. The program cycle will change effective January 1st of 2024, noting the passage of at least one bill that would affect low-income customers eligible for the EmPOWER program. So we'll begin today by taking appearances of the parties, starting with staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. With me is Paige Shaw, Michael Dean of our staff council, and Michael Zhang will be appearing later this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. You beat Mr. Dean to the punch. We'll turn to Office of People's Counsel. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner, Assistant People's Counsel, on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. I'm also joined
by Mark Shibas, Assistant People's Counsel.
And Dylan Voorhees with VEIC on behalf of OPC.
Thank you. We have an extra seat, sir, if you'd like to join your colleagues at the table. And we'll turn to Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Babatunde Idrisu from the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with Michelle Honig and Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Dr. Idrisu. You get me every 6 months. We will take appearances of the other program administrators as they appear. At this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Dan Hurley on behalf of Commission staff. So for this morning, I was going to start with just kind of a quick overview of what we've been doing with the EmPOWER planning for the next program cycle. And I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Shaw, and she'll give you a quick overview of our comments. So on last Friday, we held our technical conference with our new program ideas. We had 6 companies with 8 proposals. It was a full day. Lots of good ideas, lots of good questions. So we'll see how those might roll into our new plans, if they do or not. Second note, in order number 90546, Commission directed the Utility Stakeholder Collaborative meeting to be held before June 1st of 2023. And that meeting will be scheduled for May 31st, 2023. And last thing, yesterday on May 1st, the evaluation work group filed with the Commission a request to continue the process for updating our methods and assumptions for the 2024-2026 program plans. This was in response to a directive in order number 90546. Basically, our very brief filing just discussed that we're just kind of following our typical updating processes for our EmPOWER program planning. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Ms. Shaw for the rest of the story.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Paige Shaw on behalf of staff. 2022 marks the second full program year reporting for the 5th EmPOWER program cycle. Generally speaking, results were positive across all utilities. All the electric utilities exceeded the 2% energy sales goal, as well as exceeded or came close to their annual goals for 2022 energy savings. Additionally, there is one commission request among the utilities. SMECO is requesting a budget shift in its C&I portfolio for incentives. The cooperative is requesting to shift $800,000 from its CHP program incentives and split the amount between its prescriptive program and custom program incentives, $600,000 and $200,000 respectively. Despite outreach, SMECO has one CHP project in its pipeline that is anticipated to use only 55% of the cycle budget, while the prescriptive and custom programs are expected to exceed their budgets in 2023. Staff recommends the Commission approve SMECO's budget requests. And with that, staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the other state agencies and then see if commissioners have questions. Ms. Eigner.
So good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners again. Our written comments focus on analysis of the utilities and DHCD's performance in 2022, but with an emphasis on recommendations for the next program cycle. In our presentation today, we respectfully make 2 recommendations for the Commission's consideration, highlight 4 findings related to goal achievement in 2022, and note 4 main program challenges that should be remedied before the next program cycle begins.
Ms. Eigner, just so I'm on the right page, your comments today don't apply to this current 6-month period, but these are all geared towards future changes?
They do, Mr. Chairman, they do, but that we really did focus on highlighting what happened in 2022 and looking towards the future. There is a focus on 2023 as well.
All right. I want to make sure that we're germane to what we noticed in the proceeding today, which is more of a look back at what happened in the second half of 2022, but you're stating that OPC's presentation is going to be looking forward 2024 and beyond. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would say that it incorporates elements of both. We highlighted program performance in 2022 and commented on it, and then said in the next cycle or looking forward we could do, for example, something like this. So if I do reach a point where you feel that it would not be appropriate, of course, please notify me.
I would not step in and say it's inappropriate. When will we be meeting next? October would be the next 6-month review of the first half of 2023. Are you making any, well, you are making a number of recommendations. Are those recommendations to take effect prior to January 1st?
Some are, Mr. Chairman, because some involve program planning, which of course has to happen before then. So it does seem that it might be relevant today, because if the Commission were to order certain things today, then it could be incorporated into the next program planning cycle.
And that's fair enough, and you do have a number of suggestions. I can't readily determine if they are applicable to the next 6 months of this year or the next program cycle, and I know you have upwards of 20, 30 recommendations, so to the extent that you could earmark them, that could be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to interrupt.
Thank you. Now, we have 2 recommendations that we would make for the Commission today, for the Commission's consideration. The first is that we recommend that the utilities have a goal for increased customer participation in DHCD programs. This would not involve assigning a savings goal for limited income households to the utilities, but would involve the utilities driving further participation in DHCD programs. We will discuss this further later on in our presentation. Our second recommendation is something that we would ask that the Commission order now, which would be that the ERPI work group begin meeting on a monthly basis in preparation for the next cycle. There are multiple changes that we recommend in terms of reporting in advance of the next cycle, including how participants are counted in the home performance program, consistency in reporting on demand response programs, and both of these changes would increase transparency and increase consistency in reporting. So one recommendation we do have is that the ERPI work group begin meeting monthly right now. In our review of 2022 savings, the electric utilities achieved, and in most cases exceeded, their 2022 savings goals. There are patterns in the achievement of 2022 savings that are important to highlight. First, it's important to note that all of the electric utilities, except for BGE, met 2% savings goals for 2022 without the use of CVR, utilizing only EmPOWER-funded behind-the-meter measures. This is important to consider moving forward. Additionally, we also have a pattern that we can see here of underestimating forecasted savings and overestimating the costs of achieving those savings. That's also something to consider moving forward, both in this year's cycle and the next cycle. We also reviewed megawatt-hour savings and GHG reductions in light of the current EmPOWER portfolio. Although programs are not currently designed to yield GHG reductions, it is interesting to see that the programs that have yielded GHG reductions are more diverse than the programs that yield the highest amount of megawatt-hour reductions. Also looking at GHG reporting for the most recent cycle, The residential sector share of GHG achievement, although not designed for that purpose, is largely proportional to the residential usage by the EmPOWER Maryland Utilities customers. And this is important to note. There are a few exceptions, but it is good to see that it's largely representative there. Gas savings for the most recent cycle. The gas programs are currently underperforming. It is clear that behavioral programs and residential retrofit programs represent a missed opportunity for the gas utilities. Both EmPOWER gas utilities forecasted higher behavioral program goals than they actually achieved, as illustrated by this graphic. This does raise the question of what the consequences for underperformance should be. This is at least the 5th year in a row that Washington Gas Light has failed to meet its savings targets.
Again, I'm Dylan Voorhees with VEIC on behalf of OPC. I want to speak briefly to the first of the 4 challengers that Ms. Eichner mentioned that we've observed. This won't be a new observation to the Commission, which is that the programs using the midstream strategy, namely the HVAC program and the heat pump water heater element of the appliance program, continue to underperform significantly below targets. I'm happy to report, with the exception in this period of SMECO, which did achieve more or less its savings targets in the HVAC program. The appliance program, which is responsible for heat pump water heaters, continues to have results that are very low in relation to the number of water heaters that are sold in the state every year. And so the appliance program incentivized heat pump water heaters equivalent to approximately 1.5% of the water heaters, of the electric water heaters purchased in the state of Maryland in 2022. This is a long ways from the market transformation that's needed, and both of these programs that support heat pumps in space and water heating are essential to the decarbonization pathway that the state has identified, and the opportunity, the upcoming opportunity under the Inflation Reduction Act, which is really a once-in-a-generation opportunity for federal funding to support a ramp-up of heat pump markets. And so those results, which this is a repetition from the last several semi-annual reports of underperformance, is particularly troubling. The chart shows from the comments the savings performance in the HVAC program, again with the exception of SMECO, significantly below, in most cases, the savings targets. There are a couple of barriers to program improvement that we've observed through the Midstream work group process. And the Midstream work group, as directed by the Commission, did meet once in the last few months, and previously in the previous year was meeting monthly. Those work group meetings did facilitate some important learning and information exchange. You heard, I think, at the last hearing, the reports from Loper Energy were useful, and the dialogue did provide useful information exchange. However, those midstream work groups did not result in any consensus of what the problems are with the HVAC and other midstream programs, much less a solution. And I think that dialogue has probably run its course for the time being, and it's unlikely, in my view, to reach any consensus on sort of diagnosis of problem or solutions. The second observation through that process is that having multiple implementers of this program has confused the diagnosis of what is challenging. It has stymied effective dialogue or agreement about changes to program design, and it's inhibited the consistency of engagement with what we call in the slide supply chain participants. So these are the distributors, the contractors, the supply chain of equipment, and that is the focus of the midstream programs, and we know can be, from other jurisdictions, very effective. Those supply chain participants don't care about utility territory boundaries, and we observe inconsistency in engagement with those. And so for those reasons, we are recommending that there be a single implementer for the program in the next cycle.
The second challenge that we highlighted is the lack of participation in DHCD's limited income programs. This is not news to anyone. We know that DHCD has been working on this issue. But as illustrated by this graphic, the QHEC programs run by the utilities are actually serving many more limited income households than the limited income programs run by DHCD. And this presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The opportunity is the fact that the utilities are successfully providing programs to low-income customers. We would like the utilities to leverage that ability to drive greater program participation in DHCD's programs. And this is because of the fact that although the QHEC, as illustrated here, is a free program, there are copays for other utility and power programs, whereas DHCD's residential programs for residential households are completely free to the customer. So we're not proposing a limited income participation goal for the utilities. We understand that the Commission had concerns with that. What we are proposing is that the utilities have goals on driving participation to DHCD programs. This would decrease any incentive for this would eliminate the concern of any competition between DHCD and the utilities, and it would also help drive program participation in DHCD's programs, which in 2022 served approximately 2% of eligible customers. The third challenge we would like to bring up is the gas programs for new construction. OPC continues to be very concerned by this. We have the promotion of gas appliances in new buildings combined with poor performance of all-electric new buildings. Fewer than 10% of residential new construction participants in 2022 installed additive electrification measures, and there were less than 1% of homes certified as zero energy ready homes. Multiple jurisdictions are adopting all-electric building codes, and we do not want EmPOWER to be steering customers in the other direction. And the fourth challenge we highlighted is demand response programs. EmPOWER programs can do much more with demand response, although we want demand response programs to be able to respond to changing weather, such as the December storm where the PJM issued a conservation alert. This means that we need demand response programs in the winter as well. We also want demand response programs to be available on a daily basis, year-round as needed. We feel that much greater deployment can be attained within demand response programs, and we would recommend that they continue to evolve, and we do hope to see robust demand response programs in the future. Thank you for your time, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eichner. We'll now hear from the Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Babatunde Idrisu once again. I'm going to read enough our comments. In the second half of 2022, EmPOWER utilities continue to deliver energy savings above mandated goals by providing energy efficiency and conservation programs to EmPOWER Maryland residential and commercial customers. These energy savings benefit Marylanders through GHG emission reductions, grid and health benefits, and reduced energy costs. In addition, the most significant proportion of expended funds across all program administrations were spent on customer incentives, with most utilizing at least 60% of funds on customer incentives. We believe that EmPOWER utilities must continue to work with DHCD to bring EmPOWER benefits to low-income Marylanders by coordinating programs and providing incentives. Over the last year, EmPOWER utilities cost-effectively achieved the mandated goals using less than budgeted amounts, and this is consistent with the first program year of this cycle. Despite this achievement, some programs continue to perform below expectations. A review of program performances across utilities showed that many programs that performed below expectation in 2021 continue to perform below expectation in this year. As OPC had pointed out, the HVAC program in particular performed poorly across several utilities in both years. Other programs that continue to perform poorly across multiple utilities were the schools program and the new constructions programs. Reasons given for poor performances include the residual effect of COVID-19 pandemic, labor and material shortages, and cost increases. It's critical that the performances of these programs are improved upon in the current program year, especially with the end of the lighting program, which has been a major part of the EmPOWER program. The Commission has identified GHG reduction as a central goal for future EmPOWER cycles. The Commission's independent evaluation provided two sets of GHG emission reduction estimates from the current EmPOWER programs in 2022 based on emission intensity projections, the reference case and the policy case that were developed by MDE's GGRA report. Current year GHG emission estimates for all EmPOWER programs, including low-income programs, were estimated to be about 380,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent using the policy case, and just over 400 metric tons of CO2 equivalent using the reference case. For most utilities, more than 20% of these reductions came from the lighting program, which will not be offered in the next cycle. This means that program administrators must invest more in existing programs or introduce new ones to reach similar emission reduction levels. This, of course, could lead to increased costs, which could also have potentially ratepayer impacts. So we'll have opportunities in the future to minimize or manage ratepayer impacts may need to be explored in the future. MEA supports the introduction of new programs, including beneficial electrification to support the state's electricity savings and GHG emission goals as outlined in the Climate Solutions Now Act. The EmPOWER program would be key in supporting the market for clean energy solutions to our energy needs. Opportunities for increased participation should be utilized to help spread the benefits across Maryland residents and potentially reduce participant costs. And we should also have increased accessibility to to program information, as this is vital to help customers understand the limitations of program offerings. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have some questions from the commissioners. I'll begin and then turn to my three colleagues here at the bench today. I've heard from the state agencies the terms GHG reduction and beneficial electrification, which I think is important if we're going to reach our state goals with respect to climate and energy use. That said, the EmPOWER program, as authorized by statute, is a energy efficiency peak shaving reduction program. It is not a GHG reduction program. We had that opportunity earlier this year and we lost it. We probably lost it for 3 years because of the program cycle that will begin 2024, 2025, and 2027. Do any of the parties at the table disagree with my assessment? Okay. That being said, since this is still... Mr. Hurley.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to chime in and say, the law is a electricity reduction goal through 2026 and beyond. That opportunity was lost for 1 year. We could see new legislation next year. Maybe it gets to the greenhouse gas reduction goal with beneficial electrification included. And possibly we have to be nimble and look to make a mid-program adjustment. Maybe start a new 3-year cycle and make 25 to 27 a new program cycle possibly. But possibly we might need to make some program adjustments mid-cycle to meet the statutory requirements.
I fully agree with that assessment. It is possible, likely, that legislation is introduced next year. However, if successful, it would require what I would envision to be a messy mid-course correction in a 3-year program cycle, which we haven't seen to date. And I am very supportive of a move to beneficial electrification. But to the extent that we hear from agencies today, as well as utilities and DHCD, that this is a beneficial electrification program, I regret to inform you that it is not. It is not a GHG reduction program either at this time. Perhaps one day in the future it will be. For Office of People's Counsel, I do have a couple questions with respect to the challenges that you listed out. One of them is a challenge that we're very familiar with, the fact that the utility programs are somewhat more successful than DHCD programs with respect to our limited income citizens. would we not be penalizing the success of the utility programs if we were to mandate the utilities to direct interested low-income customers to a DHCD program, which is less appealing, albeit free to the customer, as opposed to the $100 copay? Are we not harming the utilities programs by redirecting the customer to a less desirable program?
I think Commissioner Stanek, or Chairman Stanek, I apologize. I think that goals, and we could work this out possibly within the limited income work group. There could be a way that the utilities would be incentivized, right? And I think adjusting goals slightly, establishing that as a goal, they would then be achieving a goal, and that would be a positive thing. So if we were just asking them now, we want you to drive all low-income customers towards DHCD, that's one thing, and that would create, as the commission, we understand the commission's concerns about competition. But if that were established as a goal, that would go towards goal achievement. So this is something that has to be considered, of course, and by multiple parties, but I think we can leverage the utilities' ability and meet an EmPOWER goal that way and help low-income customers at the same time.
I agree that it would be easy to establish a goal to direct the utilities to redirect their customers to a program that apparently is not very appealing to the customers, and the utilities could satisfy that goal 100%, but I'm not sure how much sense that makes. I know the utilities, every time you open your bill, you have the bill inserts, and you typically have EmPOWER-related bill inserts. For instance, the QHEC. I never receive anything in the mail from DHCD. I'm not a low-income customer, but I don't know if low-income customers are marketed, or if DHCD as a state agency with resource limitations, I have no doubt. Perhaps they don't even market to low-income customers. I am just worried that we would be cannibalizing the utility's successful programs, and perhaps customers don't want to be redirected. Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I'll add to that question. I think this is a very important question. I don't think it makes sense to forbid customers to participate in any program that they might choose. I think that the question is whether or not customers are aware of the opportunities to be served by programs which are specifically designed to meet the needs of low-income customers. And that includes cost sharing or not, but it also includes other aspects of program design. DHCD's programs are designed specifically to serve low-income customers, and we know that many customers don't know about those programs that are available to them. And that's what we want to remedy. If those customers don't choose to participate in a DHCD program, of course that should be up to them. But the challenge ahead of us is increasing participation through increasing awareness in many cases of those DHCD programs. And the utilities are in an excellent position, as Ms. Eichner said, to help educate customers about the existence of DHCD programs for which they are eligible and have been designed to meet their needs. If the utilities have an incentive, which arguably they currently do, to have those participants participate in their own programs, that's a disconnect. Certainly those customers should be aware of the utility programs, and I have no question that they will be aware of them. The question is there an opportunity for the utilities to do more to help customers be aware of the DHCD programs that are offered on their benefit?
To that point, and then I'll yield to my colleagues, obviously the utility has a special relationship with the customer because they touch the customer once a month with a utility bill. We're now asking, pursuant to the OPC request, for effectively the utility to have the burden of also informing the customer of DHCD programs. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes, that is.
Number one, is that not a function that DHCD could provide once a month to all low-income customers in the state? And maybe not. Number two, is there some type of compensation we would need to provide to the utilities to provide that middleman service?
Well, I could say DHCD could send mailers at great expense, and I just don't think that would be very cost-effective sort of way to accomplish the end. In terms of remunerations or how those costs are bared, maybe that is a cost of DHCD outreach. I guess I don't have a comment on that. Perhaps Ms. Eichner did, but it's certainly the case, as you said, that the utilities touch those customers. They may get a home energy report through their behavior programs. That's a significant opportunity. In fact, we recognize in our comments, commended the utilities for offering some behavioral home energy reports designed for low-income customers.
I have to say, I just received my home energy report, in fact, just yesterday from PEPCO. And it's a brand new report, so it caught my eye. Perhaps Commissioner Bubar received one as well. And it said, this report is better than the ones you've received in the past. We're looking at 4 different metrics as opposed to just comparing you to your efficient neighbors or your inefficient neighbors. And I've been receiving this report at my current residence for about 12 years now. And it's the same damn report. 4 times a year, every year. I know if Commissioner O'Donnell was here, he'd question behavioral reports. I've not been aligned with Commissioner O'Donnell, but I am today. I find it to be a waste of paper when it arrives in my inbox. I am not big on behavioral reports anymore. That said, to the extent that you're asking for the utilities to include a DHCD bill insert once a month or every other month, and the utilities are compensated for the rather de minimis cost of informing the customer of a DHCD option, that's not unreasonable. I yield to my colleagues. Commissioner Bubar.
Well, thank you for that line of questioning, because I actually had similar questions, so that really sorted out a lot. And I do agree, taking advantage of the leverage that the utilities have of providing information on the low-income programs does make sense. So I think something like was just talked about really does make sense, because I do agree that it's DHCD's program, so it just makes more sense for DHCD to be the communicator on this, but how that information gets distributed to the customers, maybe there's something we can work out in terms of and providing the goals that don't penalize goals to the utilities that don't penalize utilities or cannibalize their programs. So that dialogue was very helpful. Thank you. Is it possible to go to slide 5 that OPC had put up on heat pump water heaters? I just wanted to make sure I understood the message in it. I think it was slide 5. No, heat pump water heaters.
The challenge.
Yeah, but yeah, there, I'm sorry, yeah. No, that's HVAC. All right, go to the next one, yeah. No, stay on 5. Sorry. No, the one on, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Sorry.
Commissioner,
Okay.
would you?
No, go ahead.
I can clarify the point about heat pump water heaters.
Yes,
if that's
please.
helpful.
Yeah.
So this statistic is a way of putting in context, trying to provide a little bit more meaning. How many heat pump water heaters are the utility programs actually providing incentives for on an annual basis? And I don't have that absolute number off the top of my head. I'm sure it's in our report. But to give you a sense of the scale of the number of heat pump water heaters, we compared it to an estimate of the number of failed electric resistance water heaters every year that are presumably replaced by a new water heater. So there's a number of electric resistance water heaters in the state. In fact, many people have electric resistance water heaters. They last an average of 12 or 14 years or whatever that number is. And so there's a very large number of people shopping for a water heater who had an electric resistance water heater. The number of heat pump water heaters through the EmPOWER programs is equivalent to 1.5% of the number of the estimated number of failed electric resistance water heaters every year in the state. Those are opportunities for efficiency, and in this case, it's not a fuel switch. It would just be getting a much more efficient water heater. There are many people with propane water heaters or gas water heaters that also represent opportunities in some cases for a good switch to a heat pump water heater. But even if you just look at the electric resistance water heaters, the programs are impacting a very small number, a very, very small number of that market. And we know in other jurisdictions, this number is 60% or even higher. So we know that these programs, these midstream programs, which intervene at the distributor and contractor level, can have a very big impact on the size of that market.
Thank you. And I guess that's really segues into my other question, which was how much of this, if it was an EmPOWER incentive for heat pump water heaters, how much of the issue related to the supply chain and the distributors does that relate to? Because we replaced our water heater with the heat pump water heater. It was a lot of education by myself to figure out exactly what is a heat pump water heater, where's a distributor who can give it to us, how do we apply for the rebate, all that kind of information. So can you just talk a little bit about kind of the proposal that you have on the multiple implementers and how might that actually tie into improving this metric?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Contractors are extremely influential on the decisions that customers make when they install heating systems and water heating systems. That's something customers do once every 20 years or perhaps 15 years. It is not something that any of us typically become expert in.
Ours lasted 25. I couldn't believe it.
So even more to my point, it's not something that most of us go through, and so we look to contractors to give us information. And those contractors have their own experiences. They also look to the distributors, what equipment is in stock. And so the purpose of these sort of midstream programs is to work with distributors, first and foremost, and secondly, contractors, to provide direct financial incentives and education to help them understand the equipment, how it works, how to talk to customers about it, and make sure that that equipment is readily available at an affordable price point in stock when you need it. You can't wait 10 days for a new water heater in most cases. These midstream programs intervene with distributors and with contractors. And we have these programs in Maryland. The utilities went to a midstream strategy several years ago. The pandemic did provide a disruption, which is part of the challenge that they faced. But what we've observed through the last year in dialogue with the utilities and their implementers, each of the 5 electric utilities run their own program. They have third-party implementers they've hired. They've hired amongst them 3 different implementers. And so we see different practices across them, and it's proven very difficult to get our arms around what is even happening and what changes can be employed. And so, and furthermore, the distributors and contractors don't want to have to deal with multiple programs just because they happen to serve a service, multiple service territories. So we think that's a significant inhibition to improving that engagement with the distributors and contractors.
That's helpful because I just wanted to make sure, and I know this is something you're proposing for later, but I think there's a lot of benefit to it. So I want to understand and make sure that it doesn't it doesn't affect the contractors, the local guys that you call your HVAC people. And it sounds like, under this, how you're describing it, it doesn't.
Commissioner, if I could say, what the theme of our recommendations around the midstream programs has been is to make them more contractor-centered, more distributor-centered. And it's not clear that the utilities disagree with that per se, but we've not been able to reach agreement on how to make that change because we have 5 utilities running with 3 different implementers, running this program. And so I think a single implementer, which was focused on a contractor and distributor focused design, would be much more successful. And there are precedents we're aware of in other jurisdictions where there are multiple utilities running efficiency programs, and when it makes sense in the market, they may work together to have a single implementer on a statewide basis. And so that's a precedent. I'm not sure if it's been applied in Maryland, but certainly in other jurisdictions. And this is, I think, a case where, because the program is not primarily focused on the utility customers, it's focused on the supply chain, it makes a lot of sense for a single implementer.
Okay, and I just have one last question, and I'll ask SMECO this too. Do you have any opinion on why SMECO had some better metrics on this?
That's a very good question. I think one of the reasons is that SMECO moved to a midstream model a little bit ahead of the other utilities. Approximately a year they made that transition, and so they had a little bit more time under their belt, in particular a little bit more time before the pandemic. So I think they've been able to make more progress in engaging those distributors and those contractors.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Just I had a couple of questions for the two challenges that OPC presented this morning. I was going to refer to one of the slides, but my eyes are decent, but they're not good enough to see the page numbers from over here. So I don't remember which page number it was, but I do know it had two brackets on it showing the QHEC program versus the number of that's it. That's the right one. I don't know what. That's 11. Okay, let me write that down. So thank you for that. So I guess my first question related to that is we've been asking questions about just what happens to low-income customers when the utilities are approached by them and provide them programming assistance through EmPOWER. We've been asking about that for years now. I know I have. And one of the responses that I've heard fairly regularly is that the utilities will refer those customers to DHCD. So when I see the graph here, it suggests to me that something hasn't happened somewhere. So is it the suggestion here that the utilities have not been referring them? Or is it the suggestion that they have, but customers just haven't enrolled or participated? So what's actually happening?
Yeah, I think, and thank you, Commissioner Linton. I think we don't know completely. OPC does not completely know what is occurring there. We do know that the utilities have said that there are some limited income customers who don't want to be referred to DHCD programs. They feel offended at the suggestion that they would need assistance. But we don't, I would doubt that that explains those types of discrepancies. So I would say that that is a question for the utilities. We also would like to know, because as you can see, the savings per participant are so much higher with DHCD's programs. And I know we talked briefly, Mr. Chairman, about maybe a bill insert for DHCD's programs, but even a requirement that that the utilities tell a limited income customer that they might get better benefits through DHCD, that even seems fair, because it seems that many might not know. And even requirements like that could help drive participation in DHCD programs, if that's not already occurring.
Well, I guess for these particular customers, and I'm just going off of the ones that we're referencing here in the chart, these are customers receiving QHEC services, which means that there is an actual individual that's interacting with them on a one-to-one basis. So that's an opportunity for more than a bill insert or any other kind of electronic or other kind of communication. But we're talking about an actual consultation happening right there. So that's part of the reason why I was raising the question, which really is more of a concern, I suppose, is even in that context, we still have a fairly significant difference here. So that's why I'm trying to understand what's actually happening there. Is it that the conversation is not happening, or is it it's happening but it's not persuasive? Or there's got to be more to it than just that if we're seeing a difference of that significance. So when you discuss this with the utilities, did that come up at all? Was there any? I mean, you know, obviously there's so many. There's 5 companies here, or 6 rather. So is there anything that they suggested that said this is what's happening, this is why?
Well, I do know that I believe it was when we were establishing reporting metrics previously in the future, there was a subgroup of the future programming work group, and we discussed this. We discussed the fact that contractors were going into limited income people's homes where there's a prime opportunity for engagement. And I know that some utilities raised concerns that the contractors felt uncomfortable discussing limited income programs with them. They felt uncomfortable discussing income even. But frankly, that needs to change because this is a massive opportunity. And you're exactly right, Commissioner Linton, that someone's in their home, right? So at that point, that's a great opportunity for engagement, and we don't want to miss that opportunity. So I think that is a good question for the utilities. What could be done there? OPC felt that maybe there was a little bit of resistance with discussing income, and there can be a way to do that tactfully and carefully and in a polite way, while still helping low-income participants realize that the savings are much greater if they go through DHCD's programs.
Okay. All right. Well, I may follow up with the companies on a couple additional questions on that, but let me move over to the other challenge you referenced, which was the midstream challenge, and the suggestion that there would be a central implementer for all of the programs. So I guess I wanted to understand what I understand the challenge that you've referenced, the suggestion that you have 3 implementers doing different things across one jurisdiction. And it does appear that you could solve that somewhat if you had a central implementer working for everybody. But at the same time, that central implementer is going to be following a certain set of rules and processes that everybody follows. So why isn't it that why would that be the only way of solving it? I mean, why couldn't we just provide the whatever processes we think the central implementer has to follow? We just tell everybody else to do that, and so we have a standard that everybody can meet.
And I would say, Commissioner Linton, I think that's also a very good question. I would say that's what we attempted to do through the midstream work group, and it unfortunately was just not successful. I think that there were multiple representatives there from implementers, from the utilities, and really, frankly, the work group couldn't even agree on what the biggest problem was. There was some surveying. There were discrepancies over, maybe why contractors and distributors didn't want to get involved. Paperwork was a barrier. Administrative issues were a barrier. So I think that could happen. That is a solution. But because we found from the midstream work group that it just was not happening, that's where we've proposed a single implementer.
If I can follow up, Commissioner, you of course familiar with the phrase "too many cooks in the kitchen." You still need a good recipe, even if you have one good cook in the kitchen. And as Ms. Zeichner said, we've made recommendations to here and to the work group about what a good program design looks like, and happy to enumerate more of those. But we do feel like that is an essential part of this as well, and it is more likely to be an effective program design to come forward and then be implemented with a single implementer. So you absolutely need that right recipe, as well as somebody whose job it is to execute that.
All right. Well, I guess following up on that same analogy, fast food chains are very successful because they have the ability to have the same taste and food across different locations, which means you have different chefs, you have different location, you have different people. So that's why I'm wondering, if we have the same recipe and the same procedures for the different, locations, why wouldn't that solve the problem too, as opposed to trying to get one entity to run the whole thing?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's an excellent question. Certainly, there may be variations in contractors or distributors across the state, and a single implementer needs to be able to have some amount of flexibility to deal with that. As I think I alluded to earlier, don't think the business model of distributors is particularly different across the counties of Maryland. And so as somebody who can implement a program that is focused on meeting the business needs of a distributor who's in the business of turning products, right, and has limited capacity for paperwork and administrative burden. Those are common across the state. They don't really vary by utility service territory boundaries, in my view. And so although there may be some variation from place to place, really meeting the needs of contractors and distributors is a single task. There are small contractors, there are large contractors. They need different solutions, but that's true in every place. It's not really varied from geography to geography across the state.
And if I might add, name recognition. For example, if a contractor is having to fill out forms with multiple entities, multiple individuals, I think that makes it much more difficult for a contractor, especially a small business, to try to be eligible for these programs across different utility service territories.
All right, thank you. Thank you, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentations this morning. There was an earlier discussion about the aligning of EmPOWER with state greenhouse gas reduction goals and beneficial electrification. I just wanted to explore that just for a moment. Would you agree that it's not mutually exclusive that we have measures that advance beneficial electrification and greenhouse gas reduction and also energy efficiency? Is that something, as we look to what's worked well now and to the next program cycle, are we in this real dilemma, or because it doesn't seem like it's an option that we not align EmPOWER with state goals? So.
And thank you for asking, Commissioner Richard. I actually wanted to add, because I was thinking when Chairman Stanek, when you asked that question, it's not inconsistent. We could meet the targets in the Climate Solutions Now Act and still work on GHG reductions. Additionally, what the Commission is doing with having every utility plan for different scenarios of GHG achievement, that actually creates a perfect situation where we're kind of ready to shift mid-cycle if needed, if legislation passes. So I would hope that legislation would pass before the next 3-year cycle, because I think we all know it's crucially needed that EmPOWER transitions to a GHG reduction goal. So what the Commission is doing is great for that purpose, because we know what the utilities plans are going to be with different levels of GHG abatement, and that makes a mid-cycle transition easier. So no, I would say that we can meet the minimum statutory targets. We can have the utilities report on GHG reductions. That would be obviously the first step, and they're not inconsistent.
That's good to hear. And then I think in your report you emphasized that there's still a lot of work to be done in our HVAC programs. On one hand, you point out in the report that there's a 70%, there's an opportunity to achieve some, I don't know if I can get this right, there's a 70% opportunity for cost-effective greenhouse gas reduction in Maryland homes, but right now we're only at 5%. And would you agree at this point, since we have had difficulty with the HVAC program, that there's a lot of energy efficiency we can also achieve with further improvements in our HVAC programs? Is that an area we should be looking?
Heat pumps for AC. Commissioner, absolutely agree with that. And some of the examples I was giving about replacing heat pump water heaters with electric resistance water heaters with heat pump water heaters would be an example of that. That saves electricity, nothing more. It's an energy efficiency measure, and there's enormous opportunity for that. Replacing failing central air conditioning systems with heat pump HVAC systems potentially creates opportunity to reduce heating fuels, but it also creates energy efficiency on the cooling side. So there's very significant opportunities to advance energy efficiency and electricity savings through heat pump technologies, including and especially where those heat pumps replace central air conditioning or electric resistance water heating. And those steps, so I spent a lot of time working in this area in particular, including in other jurisdictions. It takes time to transform these markets. We've talked about contractors. Commissioner Pubar went through a process with her contractor. That takes time, and it is imperative that trajectory begin with this heat pump technology to accelerate. Absolutely start with the lower hanging fruit, which is where somebody's already using electricity to heat, cool their home or heat their water heater, and make heat pumps the answer to all of those, you would already have built a very large heat pump market in doing just those.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And then just far as, since we're kind of straddling this, what do we need to do now at this midpoint review? And since we're straddling the planning for the next cycle, what specifics then should we be, considering in our order to I guess maybe try to write the HVAC programs and look to planning for the next cycle? Because I don't have any really insights as to what's going on right now in planning. It's just a hope that, in fact, that we are thinking about where the state is going with greenhouse gas and beneficial electrification and how we get there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, well, we know, we'll just touch again on the fact gas appliances under EmPOWER, we think, continue to be a problem and are counterproductive to the state's climate goals and what we expect EmPOWER to be in the future. We could look at standards for the HVAC and midstream programs, standards for the midstream programs that we discussed with Commissioner Linton, or of course the idea of a single implementer, which we believe is crucial at this point. And we'll also note we didn't come to that recommendation for a single implementer at first. We've talked about midstream for quite a while, but this is the conclusion we've reached, just because we've been in the work group meetings and we've seen that it is difficult to get that many individuals and organizations around a single unified idea. And I would just, I'm going to defer to Mr. Voorhees for any additional recommendations on the HVAC program.
Well, I think those are excellent comments. I do understand and recognize, Commissioner, that the utilities are building their plans now, and you aren't in a position to rule on those or direct those. I think if there are things that you're interested in seeing in those plans, I think signaling that to the utilities now is useful, even if it's just expressing sort of some optimism that we see some different kind of approaches and strategies in those plans as they're being developed.
Okay, and we learn a lot from VEIC, from what's going on around the country. Would you consider the single administrator approach to be a best practice? Can you name just a couple of places we might look to for an example of how it's working versus and result with their HVAC program as opposed to what's happening here?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will skip over Vermont, where we implement the programs, but we are a single implementer, to Maine, which VEIC plays no role in, but that has a non-utility implementer, but it is a single statewide implementer. In California, the California Public Utilities Commission has directed in that case also a non-utility or third-party implementer to be a statewide heat pump market transformation implementer. And so California also has a little bit of New York has a little bit more complicated landscape, but that is another jurisdiction where they have single statewide programs in some of these areas. So actually many of the jurisdictions that are leading on heat pumps, I would say, have chosen a single implementer route. Rhode Island is another one.
And are these state entities, or is it like a Maryland Energy Administration? Would it be the state implementer for these types of programs, or what role, I guess, does the state and what form do these independent or single administrators take?
So I think there are a number of different models that may be administered by the third-party administrator. So here, if you look over to Washington, D.C., there's a third-party non-utility implementer. But there's no reason that couldn't be ultimately a utility implementer. The utilities implement the current programs by going out to bid and hiring a firm that runs the program on their behalf. And that model can work. And so one utility could be designated to operate that on behalf of others. I think there's different models, and I would encourage the utilities to bring forward their sort of proposals about that. The key for me is less sort of who's in charge at the top than who's actually in the field and who's implementing and who's interacting with distributors and contractors I think of that as one implementer. They could work for any number of folks, including one of the utilities.
Okay, I'd be interested, just staff and also MEA. What is your thought on this particular issue, and how would we get there? I mean, this would be a significant change in the program. So, one, what are your thoughts, and what would how would we get to this single?
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. Commissioner Richards. Yeah. So what came out of the work group was there wasn't a clear idea what the problem was, and that's why it's not clear to me that a singular implementer would solve the problem. Perhaps what Commissioner Linton had proposed, having multiple implementers with defined procedures and processes, would work better. So I'm not convinced that a single implementer would be the silver bullet to solve the issues associated with the HVAC programs, or whether multiple implementers would do the job. So I think that was one of the challenges we faced. It wasn't clear what the problems were. There was no clear indication of what is holding the programs back. I think that was a major challenge in the work group.
Yeah, we know we have a problem because we're not very successful at this point with HVAC programs, which seems to be could be a major driver. So, I don't know, Mr. Hurley.
Thank you. So as we discuss all the planning, I think obviously this is an issue that can be explored within the planning work groups to see if a single implementer might be better for implementing this type of program versus the multi-implementation process we've used in EmPOWER. So with that said, I think going back to one of your earlier questions, Commissioner, the process. So we are having that May 31st meeting to review the utilities drafts. And the order for the goal setting, the Commission directed the utilities to have a discussion area in their plans that state what ideas were proposed to them, if they accepted the idea, why, if they didn't accept the idea, why. So you'll have a clearer picture of why programs are in or out of their proposals. Mm-hmm. And again, with the 3 different levels of proposals, we're going to have a good idea of, hopefully we'll have a much better idea of what it's going to cost to achieve high business as usual, and then that middle ground. So I would say as part of this process that all ideas should be on the table for consideration.
Okay.
And if the idea is suggested and it's rejected, then the utilities will explain in their filings why they rejected that idea.
Okay. Well, I think there's a compelling argument that there is a problem here. We're not achieving what we should be and what other states are achieving, which is the important programs, including the HVAC program. So whether it's a single recipe or a single administrator, I'm just one of 5, but I would really like to have an opportunity in the next cycle to have something presented, in that area. So maybe there could be 2 other commissioners at the time make that decision that may also love to see some kind of a different approach, because what we're doing now isn't working. So I'll just throw that out as a signal that I can send.
And Commissioner, if it does come to the plans continue on this multiple implementer strategy, other parties can make a recommendation. They go single implementer, and then it's kind of in your hands to make that final decision.
Okay. And again, I just go back to the other point, just aligning the program. I think we also talked a little bit about demand response programs. I mean, that has long been part of EmPOWER and also considered an important element of beneficial electrification and greenhouse gas reduction. So I think there's a lot we can be doing now, and just that's why I'm looking for what we need to order now, and then what do we need to, again, change. And it's always frustrating. I have found it frustrating to be talking about these changes, but then all of a sudden we're just, presented with these plans for the next cycle, and we're kind of stuck with that without being able to actually make some of these meaningful changes that I think it's clear we need to make. So with that, I'll thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the state agencies for presenting. At this time, we will take a 2-minute recess. We'll call up the Exelon utilities. This is the longest 2 minutes to get to the table ever. We're starting. We're missing an Exelon person in the center seat. We are back on the record for the EmPOWER program cycle 21 through 23. We now have the 3 Exelon utilities before the commission. If you could please enter an appearance.
Good morning. PHI will get us started. Taylor Beckham on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power and Light. I'm with Christine Miesimer, our Senior Manager of Energy Efficiency Portfolios. And as we go along, she'll introduce who is chatting with us today.
Thank you. If we have additional chatting representatives, they could take one of the podiums. Let's take the appearance of Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Good morning, Chairman. Brent Balea on behalf of BGE. With me today is Soumya Krishnamurthy, who will be our prime speaker, and then we also have a number of folks here that are available to answer questions and speak if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Balea. Yes, Mr. Balea, can you spell your name?
Sure. Brent, B-R-E-N-T, last name Bolea, B-O-L-E-A. And Soumya is S-O-W-M-Y-A, K-R-I-S-H-N-A-M-O-O-T-H-Y. Sorry. Actually, sorry.
I can spell it. It's
Yeah.
Krishnamurthy, K-R-I-S-H-N-A. Murthy is M-O-O-R-T-H-Y.
We are familiar with the frequent flyers that practice before the commission, but I believe it's your first time, so
That's right.
welcome. And your name is a little more complicated than Mr. Smith. Which utility will proceed first?
PHI will get us started.
Thank you.
All right.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Of course. My name is Christine Miesimer. That is M-E-A-S-A-M-E-R.
And Taylor Beckham, last name is B-E-C-K-H-A-M.
Of course. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Christine Miesimer. I am the Senior Manager for the Energy Efficiency Portfolio here at PHI. We are pleased to join you today to highlight the performance of our programs under EmPOWER Maryland. Next slide, please. Joining me today will be Mr. Nick Rosenthal, Manager Residential Programs, Edward Muzz, Manager C&I Programs, and Vince Wynn, Manager Demand Response and Behavioral Programs. PEPCO and Delmarva Power programs exceeded the 2022 annual goal of 2% energy savings, with PEPCO at 2.95% and Delmarva Power at 2.5% energy savings as a percent of baseline sales. We've continued to see an increase in program performance since the pandemic in 2020. Our BYOD program now has 12,317 active devices. By comparison, last fall, we reported 11,765 active devices. And now I will turn it over to Nick Rosenthal, who will discuss our residential programs.
Thank you, Christine. As she mentioned, I'm Nick Rosenthal, R-O-S-E-N-T-H-A-L, here on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power. I manage the residential portion of the portfolio in each jurisdiction. As you can see on the slide here, the residential sector programs for both utilities exceeded savings targets in 2022, with PEPCO achieving 123% and Delmarva Power achieving 138% of the annual savings targets. We've highlighted a few programs here that contribute to the success during the reporting period. Looking at PEPCO, the Quick Home Energy Checkup program served more than 18,000 customers and achieved 220% of its annual savings target, continuing to a strong recovery that we saw early in the cycle, the previous COVID-related participation impacts. With this performance, the program has already achieved the overall savings target for the full cycle period, with sufficient funding to remain open through the end of 2023. And in Delmarva Power territory, one of the programs I'll point out is the Residential Appliance Recycling Program, which achieved 141% of its annual savings target and was awarded with the U.S. EPA Responsible Appliance Disposal Program Growth Award. Overall, the residential portfolios in both territories are well poised to achieve savings targets for the full 3-year cycle. As a result, we'll be monitoring program budgets as we progress to ensure that high demand programs remain available and incentive dollars are allocated effectively for the remainder of 2023. And with that, I'd like to pass to Edward Muzz, who will be presenting the commercial programs.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Edward Muzz on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power. Last name's M-U-S-Z. Just want to say good morning to the chairman and the commissioners. The commercial programs continue to have solid performance in 2022, despite lingering COVID impacts and supply chain challenges. The utilities performance included PEPCO achieving 94% and Delmarva Power achieving 77% of the 2022 target, respectively. In PEPCO, the small business, custom, and CHP programs led the way with claimed energy savings, but overall a broad spectrum of programs contributed to the goal. In Delmarva territory, the custom, midstream, and prescriptive programs led the way, and the team is focusing on building pipeline for 2023 and beyond. The program team completed a portfolio rebalancing of budget megawatt hours in Delmarva Power to adjust for programs that are overperforming and underperforming. This will allow the team to best allocate resources of achieving future goals while meeting customer demand. The commercial programs continue to partner with local businesses, contractors, and distributors, stimulating job growth and saving customers money. Looking ahead, forecasts are positive for 2023, and the team has launched several limited time offers to stimulate customer demand in 2023. I would like to thank the Commission for their guidance over the past 6 years that I've worked on the EmPOWER Maryland programs. It's been a great experience. With that, I'd like to pass to Vince Wynn, who will be overviewing the demand response programs.
Thank you, Edward. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioner. Vincent Wynn, W-Y-N-N-E. I'm going to be touching briefly on the demand response and behavior programs for PHI. The demand response programs, PEPCO exceeded its annual demand targets, and Delmarva Power was slightly below target for the year. The Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD program, has continued to see growth across both utilities as we expand the list of qualified equipment and actively engage customers. We continue to see steady participation in the residential programs, and the small commercial programs continue to hold a steady number of active devices as we engage customers to further increase participation and offset any natural attrition from the programs. For the behavior-based programs, PEPCO and Delmarva Power both exceeded their annual savings targets and continue to have steady participation numbers across both jurisdictions. We look forward to continuing our efforts to optimize these programs and provide useful dynamic feedback to our customers on their energy use.
Thank you for your comments.
Any questions?
You're done.
Yes.
We'll move to Baltimore Gas Electric.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. This is Samya Krishnamurthy, Manager of Energy Efficiency Programs from BGE. We're pleased to be here today to highlight the performance of our EmPOWER programs in 2022.
And you're new to the utility?
I'm new to this area. Been here for a year now.
Okay, welcome.
Next slide, please. Pleased to share that in 2022, BGE's EmPOWER program portfolio achieved 127% of the annual 2% goals by using only 78% of the overall program budget. We were able to meet the savings with the lower budget because we did not have to stretch for the maximum allowed incentives for each of the categories. For instance, for lighting, we filed for about $7, but we were able to meet the goals by only offering $3 to $4. 68% of this total spend went towards customer incentives. Our customers received close to over $90 million in incentives for energy efficiency measures, and over the life of these installed measures, customers are expected to save over $360 million. Avoided generation from over 800,000 megawatt hours and portfolio savings over the estimated life of the energy efficiency measures and services installed is nearly 4 million megawatt hours. I'd like to highlight some of the programs that contributed to this performance. Appliance rebate achieved 156% of the goal and has exceeded the 3-year megawatt hour cycle filing goals. This program encourages customers to purchase high efficiency appliances by offering rebates for select Energy Star certified products, and this includes sales through our Midstream RPP channel. Another highlight is home performance with Energy Star, which achieved 148% of our goals. This is the program by participating home performance contractors conduct comprehensive audits and make customized recommendations to improve the efficiency of the house. Next slide, please. In our residential space, some of the programs we'd like to highlight. Behavioral program focused on delivering a personalized experience. We piloted a new version of the weekly usage reports tailored towards our LMI customers, and this provided actionable information regarding application process for bill assistance programs, low to no cost energy efficiency tips, bill to date and bill projection features. We were also able to initiate a EV confirmation campaign and use the results to better target EV owners with tailored communication on relevant information and programs. From the demand response suite, our Connected Rewards program, which is the BYOD program that deploys a temperature offset for peak reduction. I'm pleased to share that we had over 35,000 enrolled devices, which surpasses our 3-year cycle filing goal of 30,000 enrolled devices. We are actively exploring options for winter demand programs. I covered the residential slides. Lighting achieved 148% of the goals. The program has ended in most channels as of March 2023. The remaining channels will be shut down this summer. Next slide. And to complete the report out, focus on some of the high-performing commercial customer highlights. The small business program achieved 183% of its savings goals. The building tune-up program achieved 148%. Through a combination of classes, large and small building tune-ups, and virtual commissioning projects. The custom program also enjoyed success in 2022, achieving 258% of its savings goals. This was supported by a strong pipeline of open projects, streamlined processes, and simpler incentive calculations. And that is the end of our presentation. We're happy to take questions.
You ended on a high note. I have a few questions, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. And it's obvious that the Exelon utilities have an expert staff who have been working on these programs for many years, many familiar faces. So I'm not surprised at the percentage of goal or above goal that the 3 utilities have been performing. You heard my comments earlier with respect to that behavioral report that I receive multiple times a year. I'd like a response in terms of, do customers find these reports beneficial? Are they just junk mail? Why don't they come together with the utility bill as opposed to a separate channel by which the report is mailed? You're not my utility, but I'm interested in all of your 3 utilities.
Absolutely. So we do conduct an annual CET or customer engagement survey, and we've to hear back from customers in terms of whether they find these reports useful, what they would like for us to do differently. We've had an overwhelming positive response to each of our annual surveys. We can share additional information in terms of what we've heard. Our home energy reports continue to remain an engaging channel for us to interact with our customers beyond utility bills. with respect to utility bills, customers are predominantly moving towards e-billing information. I know what I do is I just see the bill amount and pay it. We don't necessarily open the bills, whereas home energy reports, whether it's through email or through paper, continue to remain another channel for us to give customers the personalized information, which may not be available in a bill, and engage with that.
Does BG use the smiley faces, the sad or happy, or they do?
We have recently also pivoted to the latest version of the home energy reports, which moves away from the smiley faces to great, good, and fair, I think. But I think we're also working on additional enhancements where we can pull in our DSAG results and then customize these reports, say, for instance, for EV owners or limited income customers or solar customers, and give them the relevant information for them.
Thank you. I'll get to EV in a minute. I'm glad to see Nick Gillespie here as well. He probably drove the Pepco EV Ford Mach-E here today. To my utility, to Pepco, obviously somebody at the utility green-lighted the change to enhance or improve the report. When was that done?
I believe it went live late last year. Yeah.
Late last year. That would make sense. Are you receiving the same positive responses from your customers as BGE is?
We do, yes, and I don't have much more to add that wasn't already covered, but BGE typically launches a lot of these enhancements first, and then we piggyback. And, you know, with their success, we've green-lighted to roll it out to our customers as well. But similarly, we continue to manage or monitor the customer responses, and we'll continue to make enhancements, you know, to roll out the best product to our customers.
Unfortunately, I'm not one of those customers that look favorably when I receive my energy report. I do at this point view it as junk mail. I do open it, but it never changes despite some of my attempts to improve my energy efficiency, and it's always that middle good. It doesn't seem to change. It seems like the same Xerox copy I receive every month. In terms of EV owners, do you know who your EV owners are in the Pepco service territory?
We are getting a better handle on that. As an EV driver myself, I recognize that it is very easy to install a level 2 charger and never notify anybody of doing so. But we have the same EV confirmation module rolling out through EmPOWER, where we can use the AMI data to detect if there is an EV charger behind the customer meter, and then use some EV confirmation language to confirm whether or not that exists. But again, it's a work in progress.
I could tell you as an EV owner who does not have an EV charger, but who has disclosed to Pepco that there is an EV at the service address through your website, I have never in 4 years of owning an EV received any acknowledgement or invitation from Pepco to change my behavior or to consider charging at night. I think that's a missed opportunity. I think it's an opportunity that all utilities in the state and in the country need to recognize, because you'll see 15 Teslas on the road on your commute in right now. To the extent that the utility could leverage the thousands or tens of thousands of EVs in the Exelon service territories in Maryland, I think that's important, and I saw recognition of that on one of the last BGE slides. Does BGE know who their EV customers are?
Predominantly, we did run an EV confirmation campaign through our behavioral module. 87% of the suspected EV drivers, based on the DSAG results, responded positively and confirmed that they have an EV, and about 75% also confirmed what type of charger they use. And we plan to run this on a regular basis so that we have the latest information.
That's impressive. I'll go back to PHI. Do you know they've done some detective work? Does PHI know, presumably, the percentage of customers with EVs?
So we just launched that EV detection module. Like I said, we usually lag behind BGE with some of these opportunities, so I don't have that data yet. But we just launched that, and I hope to see similar results.
The fact that I self-disclosed, how many other customers have self-disclosed that they have an EV at the service address in Pepco?
It's been a while since I looked at the list, but we do have a pretty long list of customers who have self-disclosed.
But nothing's been done with that list.
we've done some marketing for some of our EV programs, but
Okay.
yeah, there's
It's-
a lot to do.
It's a opportunity up until now, missed opportunity, but I would ask the utility to look upon that. Finally, on Earth Day, which was just last week, was it last week, April 21st? Pepco was giving away smart thermostats for $1 each. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Google Nest thermostat for $1, Amazon smart thermostat for $1, Lux Kono, I'm not familiar with that one, for $1. The Nest thermostat is for sale on the market for $130. There did not appear to be any limit, so I purchased 2 for $1 each. I haven't received them yet, but that's a $260 value. I look forward to receiving them sometime soon. But it dawns on me, and the fact is probably not lost on Office of People's Counsel, that there's probably a fair amount of low-income customers that didn't purchase these. So I'm getting a net of 228 EmPOWER dollars, and I'll be receiving my 2 thermostats probably in the mail very soon. I don't know where I'm going with this, but to say that I recognize that there is a bit of a wealth transfer with these Robin Hood programs, and that's going to change effective July 1st with the passage of new legislation that requires a percentage guaranteed dollars into EmPOWER go back to low-income customers. Has the utility considered setting, are there any limits? Could I have purchased 100 thermostats for $100 and then sold them all on the market for $50?
Chairman.
The limit for the number of thermostats that you can purchase on the marketplace per account is 2.
Oh, all right. So I just happened to hit the maximum.
Yep, you maxed out.
Okay. Mr. Gillespie, good morning.
Good morning. Nate Gillespie for Pepco, GILLESPIE. I just wanted to comment. Nick did get to that first, but yes, if you tried to get a third, it would have told you, sorry, you've reached your limit. We do target our promotions toward low-income customers so that they can take advantage of those promotions. And through our marketplaces, what we're doing there is working with the sellers. We have multiple sellers on our marketplace to create promotions. So that's what gets you to that dollar, is they will offer a sale on top of the EmPOWER rebate. We will not do a 0, which is why you have $1. So making sure that that is available to customers, and we do target market low-income customers.
Just curious, why would you not do a 0?
I think there's something about the transactions that we have to have an actual amount, or I don't think we can give it away for free. There has to be.
That seems to make a lot of sense. It's a copay. It's a de minimis copay, but I think that should be there. The shipping and handling ended up being $14, but I'll look forward to it. I yield to my colleagues. Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you. Actually, I'll continue on some of these same themes. I received my Pepco behavior insert yesterday, and I think I immediately put it aside because it made me depressed. But I was just wondering what was the point of the new, from what I remember, like I said, I didn't really focus on it much. It was telling me how much more energy I had used this month compared to the same month last year, I think. Anyway, I was just wondering if you could explain what changes you've made in the behavior programs and why you made them, and what information you had to kind of give you insight on what you're trying to achieve.
Good questions. Again, Vince Wynn. So, the enhancements that we've made were kind of in response to some of the customer feedback like you're giving us right now. It was actually effective because you both noticed it. So we were trying to get people to notice them again. And, looking at those comparisons, it's to draw a parallel so that the customer can think back, what did I do differently this year to last? Was there an outlier with weather? Just to get folks thinking about energy usage, and then try to emulate those activities that worked, or change activities that obviously had a negative impact in that comparison. So a lot of it is just an iterative process of looking at what will motivate folks to change their behavior, and then trying to put it on paper and bring it to people's attention regularly so that they can make those changes.
So as a fairly educated consumer, I will say, put myself in that category, can I get information on what things I do in my household that actually have contributed to that? For instance, my hot water heater, I use too much water or too much dryer.
It's a fine balance. We try not to be invasive because there are many customers that see that and think that we're watching them. So we have to infer and make, there's oftentimes on the bottom of that you'll see suggestions of things that may have.
Yeah, speak into the mic, is this request.
So I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
You try not to be invasive was where you're going?
Yeah, so we're trying to, there's oftentimes little blurbs on activities that you can take or things that we believe may have contributed to it. So there's suggestions included in that report that we try to, subtly include and nudge customers in the right direction without saying, we know you took 15 showers this month and too much water, so.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I actually have a question on the C&I program for PHI. So I just really wanted to understand a little bit more what the offerings are. So, Ben, it might be slide, I don't remember which slide it is, but yeah. So if you could just give a little bit more information on what some of those programs are.
As far as the limited time offerings here. So they've been focused on the small business program primarily, and they've been pretty broad-based. I'd say that they're focused on lighting, chillers, and other measures, but it's been a broad increase throughout the small business C&I portfolio here. It really varies to measure, honestly, so I can't give specifics on each measure here.
And do you tailor those based on what the practices of the commercial or industrial industry is, or?
Yeah, it'd be feedback primarily from customers and both contractors. So if they have difficulty selling or meeting price points, they can request a limited time offer to help offset some of those costs.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and I thank you. I don't have any further questions on that. And I guess I'll just throw this question out for either Taylor or anybody from the utilities. If you have any thoughts on the conversation that we had with the previous panel in terms of incentivizing the utilities to raise awareness of the DHCD programs. If anybody had any thoughts to offer on that.
I think we have Repko speaking for BGE.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Eric Repko, RIOP as in Peter, KO. I'm the manager for the residential program for BGE. I will say there's a significant amount of collaboration with my DHCD peers when it comes to programs. I think one of the key things that we point out is that, first of all, we are trying to identify those customers, and they have to self-identify themselves when they're low income. And if they're signing up for, I think the QHEC program was the one that was given an example earlier. If it's an example where they have a flag in the system, we'll reach out to them and try to make that connection and refer them to DHCD. In addition, if the customer is getting a QHEC, there's material in the QHEC leave behind about the DHCD program. So I think one thing with the slide that was shown earlier by OPC is that if the customer getting the QHEC, that might not be the end of their journey. They might move on to that more comprehensive DHCD program. And in addition, there's been a number of steps where we try to cross-promote DHCD programs through other utility programs. So that it's ongoing work. We have a customer journey type work that we've been doing on our primary utility website, which allows customers to kind of figure out where they might need to go in their journey, and that includes DHCD material that we work with DHCD to review and make sure that it was correct there. But it's a constant collaboration that we have with DHCD to make sure that we're getting those customers to where they need to go.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, the Exelon utilities are not making any requests of this commission this program cycle? I see
No.
lots of shaking heads from both the first and second row. Thank you. Commissioner Linton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Yes, good morning. So I wanted to follow up with one of the questions that I explored with the Office of People's Counsel on their challenges earlier, primarily regarding the midstream suggestion that there be multiple implementers. They were suggesting that that there was some lack of understanding as to what the challenges even are that you're trying to address as far as their proposal. Is this a position that the Exelon companies are, well, let me start a different way. Do you see that there is a problem? Do you think that there's a challenge that needs to be addressed, or is everything working fine?
I'll speak on that question. I'll say I think if we look at the results, our peer utility SMECO has made some significant inroads in that, and to kind of the analogy earlier about the cooks and the baking and so forth, I think the SMECO also did have a head start in doing that. They were the first utility out the door with launching the Midstream program. Meanwhile, the other utilities were held behind for a period of time, and therefore we were kind of later to getting there. I think we're all making significant progress in this space, and I think we continue to have conversations with our distributors, with contractors. We've been engaged with all levels of the community on education, on understanding where pain points are as we continue to move, and we continue to engage where needed in the midstream work group and so forth.
So it sounds like you're suggesting that you're just a little behind SMECO in terms from a standard perspective, and that you don't see any challenge that needs to be addressed at this point. Am I? Because it didn't sound like you didn't say there was a problem, so I'm assuming that from your perspective at least, there isn't one.
I'm saying we got a later start than SMECO did as far as the midstream, and so there's a level of relationship building that goes on with the distributors in building up the business or the program through those distributors. So it's taken us more time.
So as your programs have evolved between the different Exelon companies, are there differences between them that you've been able to identify as you do your observations and your review of what's happening so far?
I think I haven't done a direct comparison, but obviously at times we'll do different incentive levels or different promotions where each utility is trying to manage their budget to make sure that we're kind of staying within budget and trying to achieve goals. So we're going to do promotions at times. The utilities do talk about things that work and don't work and so forth, both in the midstream work group as well as in other touch points as well. And I think there's been a lot of evolution as we've adopted, the midstream. I don't think anybody's resting on the program that they started with. There's been constant improvement by, I can speak on behalf of BG, but I know just talking to my peers that there's constant improvement in trying to find ways that we can streamline processes and make things easier for the contractors as well as the distributors.
All right, so let me ask a different question then that's related to this. And I've sat on your seats on this before, so I know how I would answer this question, and I suspect you'd do the same, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And this is mostly for a future commission at some point. If People's Council's position, if they offer this solution again in the future, now one of the questions that I would have as a commissioner in the future is the enthusiasm or interest in the utilities to continue participating in a program of this nature, a midstream type of initiative like this. It's one thing to say that you would, if the commission orders you to do it, you'll do it. But it's another thing to have some real interest in implementing a program like this to the point where you're willing to modify your internal processes in some way in order to make sure that it's working efficiently for the contractors and the consumers. So I guess on a broad thinking perspective, is this something that the utilities finds aligns well with your overall objectives as a company to provide service to your customers, along with Empower Maryland and all the other initiatives here? Or is this something that's a little outside of the box that might be better off run by somebody else?
Speaking to the HVAC program as a whole,
Yes.
I think the other thing that we need to remember is that there's a number of other touch points where we have home performance is a great example. There's a customer going through the home performance program can also qualify for HVAC equipment and get that installed through that program. So there's work that's done by the utility to make sure that a customer that is participating in home performance is not getting equipment that's been incentivized at the midstream level, and then also basically getting a double dip on incentives. So there are things like that where the utility is having to do a significant amount of, not significant, but just making sure that there's guardrails in there to make sure that HVAC programs aren't getting benefits in multiple places, but there's also collaboration that goes on there as well between those two programs to talk about areas that might come up. The same goes on for like heat pump water heaters and so other areas. So I think it's important that the program really shouldn't exist outside of all the other programs. In addition, the utility, as BGE has programs that have overperformed. We also recognize that we have programs that have underperformed, and I think that portfolio effect, managing that whole portfolio, is the responsibility of the utility.
Okay. All right. I thought I saw someone here. I guess you changed
the point that I was going to make.
Okay.
I'll make one minor point. It's still morning, so good morning. Roy Duhan, D-U-H-A-N, from Baltimore Gas and Electric. And one other concern I have is customer confusion. On all these years, the utilities have been the contact for these programs. We've seen in other programs when third parties get involved, sometimes things don't go as smoothly. Sometimes there's other opportunities for fraud that are not related to these other programs. And when the utilities are running the program, I think that puts a confidence in front of us. If there's a scammer, if someone else is running a program but may not be as ethical, it comes back to the utility as a negative. It damages EmPOWER broader than just the program. So I personally, from being involved in customer choice where we've seen that kind of stuff in the past, I'm personally concerned that if we do have another entity, that it has the potential for good, but it also has the potential to really cause issues that would be broader than just the program that you're talking about.
Okay. So is there an opportunity here for the utilities to, if some parties in the industry are suggesting that there are some challenges here that need to be addressed, is there an opportunity here for the utilities to consider modifications to the way in which they are operating the programs so that there could be some alignment in the future, so that if contractors are having challenges working with one company versus the next, and there's one company does something one way and somebody else does it a different way, is there a way to figure out how to make sure that we're all working off the same recipe?
Yeah, no, I alluded to earlier. I think we're all constantly talking, and continuous improvement is something that we continue to strive for. Excuse me. With the program, obviously, our goal is to achieve or exceed the goal with this program, as with all of our programs. So we are mindful of where we are at and where we're trying to get to.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bubar asked a question already regarding the quick home energy audits and the discrepancy between customers that are actually low income receiving it benefits versus those that aren't. So in the interest of time, I won't do anything further on that one. So thank you very much for your answers to my questions. Everybody else who stood up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Actually, I wasn't really thinking of a question, but why since you called on me.
If you have one, we're almost on schedule, so one question.
Okay, one question. Hey, just as you're planning for the next program cycle, you heard early on the concerns about alignment of the state policies with the EmPOWER program. Are you looking to the greenhouse gas and beneficial electrification goals of the state as you're considering your programs going into the next cycle?
Yes.
Yes. Maybe I'd ask yes, no, and maybe tell me how you are. I mean, what programs are you looking at as far as like how they're going to, one or two of the top programs going to achieve both goals? Actually, the law, and then also the goal of the state on beneficial electrification and reduction of greenhouse gas. I mean, I think this is important. So.
Commissioner Richard Nate Gillespie. So yes, we think it's very important as well. We are still in the beginning of the planning stages. I'll acknowledge that the Commission's order asking for the multiple scenarios is something that we're working on to make sure that we give a wide variety of options, but it's too early for us to really speak on the record of what we're looking to do there.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Good.
All right.
Look forward to getting those plans.
A succinct response. Thank you to the Exelon utilities. You may yield your seats at this time. We will now call to the table representatives from the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, Potomac Edison, and Washington Gas Light Company. We have 2 seats for 2 utilities and 1 seat for 1 utility.
Dan.
All right, Mr. McClellan, have a seat. There should be. I know. All right, we're going to skip a break today, but we'll have a longer lunch after this panel. I'll make sure people have time to get a sandwich downtown. We will begin with representatives from one of the largest cooperatives in the United States, Southern Maryland. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. That's DAMON. KRIEGER. And I'm here today with Jennifer Raley, who manages our energy, technology, and demand side management programs. That's Jennifer, JENNIFER, Raley, RALEY. Raley, okay. My name again? Sure, Krieger, KRIEGER. Good morning again. As noted by staff at the onset of the hearing today, we do have a single request pending before the Commission to shift certain budgetary dollars from our CHP program to our Business Solutions program. Ms. Raley will provide some additional information about that request as part of her outbound presentation. And as noted, several questions obviously have been asked by the commissioners today. She'll also weave some of the responses to those questions through the course of her outbound presentation, particularly with respect to our collaboration with DHCD and our HVAC program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Raley.
Okay, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. We'll start out with some portfolio highlights. Both sectors performed very well in 2022. Residential achieved 131% and C&I achieved 99% of their respective goals. Overall, SMECO achieved 122% of the portfolio's annual goal in 2022 and came in under budget. The lighting program had a strong year and finished with 129% of the cycle goal achieved. Lighting distribution through the local food banks and Goodwill locations made up over 44% of the total bulbs distributed in 2022. The Home Energy Improvement Program saw a 46% increase in total jobs submitted to the program in 2022, and in total there were 280 total jobs conducted in 2022, which is a major milestone for the program. Just for reference, the most jobs under SMECO's Home Performance with Energy Star ever received in 1 year was 60. And then just touching a little bit on the DHCD side of it, to put it in perspective, the total audits that we have were over 1,700 for 2022, and only 27 of those were limited to moderate income members that came through the HEIP program, with only 6 jobs being done. And of those 6 jobs, we do have several contractors who leverage MEA's low to moderate income grants, so they are all able to offer some additional benefits to those members. But when they do talk with those members, when they find out that they are eligible for the MEA grants and stuff, they also talk to them about the DHCD program and give them options of which side they might want to go through, whether it's DHCD or if they want to continue through SMECO's HEIP program. But like I said, there was only 6 jobs that were done out of the total of all the jobs that we had for the year. And then on the commercial side, several programs had strong performances. The Business Solutions program achieved 107% of its annual goal, and Building Operations and Performance totaled 137% of its annual goal. Both the education and retail sectors were very active in 2022, making up the majority of participants that contribute to the programs hitting their goals. SMECO also increased engagement and outreach to our local lighting distributors in the second half of 2022, which led to the Midstream program exceeding its forecast and generating 111% of its Q3, Q4 goal. And then we'll go on to some of the program highlights. For the commercial program highlights, the prescriptive program saw a 322% increase in participation of non-lighting measures in 2022. Some of the popular non-lighting measures include refrigeration strip curtains, HVAC equipment, and variable frequency drives. The prescriptive program also increased incentives for the first time this cycle, which generated increased interest and activity from service providers and customer members. The Building Operations and Performance program saw a 500% increase in building operator education in 2022, and SMECO worked to coordinate courses with several of our key accounts, such as our local governments and universities. And updates were made to the Midstream program to increase engagement and performance. The primary update was increasing the fixture limit per order to 250 to encourage customers with larger facilities to participate in the program. We'll go on to the highlights for the residential side. For the second year in a row, the HVAC program hit its savings goal, finishing at 101%. The program was able to achieve this by staying highly engaged with existing distributors and contractors, and the program also focused on growth by bringing on several new distributors throughout the year, which contributed to the strong finish in 2022. For the first time ever, the appliance rebate program saw more activity through its midstream channel than downstream. This is a promising sign that the midstream channel is picking up momentum with the heat pump water heater measure. And although the numbers are still low, across all the programs in 2022, there was 167 heat pump water heaters that came through all of the programs. And we're on track to exceed that in 2023, and we have increased incentives, so we're looking to hopefully push the heat pump water heaters and get more participation. The Home Energy Reports launched 2 new reports in 2022. Members on a time of use rate now receive a module that identifies when peak hours are and what their highest non-baseload energy appliances are. And we launched a limited income focused report type that shows members disaggregated energy use and provides low-cost tips to help them save. We also this year added information to that report guiding members to the DHCD programs. And touching on DHCD programs a little bit more, we have done bill inserts for DHCD programs, and we also have information in our food bank kits guiding our members to DHCD programs. We're running some limited time offer in coordination with DHCD now, and we also have information on our website for our members guiding them to DHCD. Next slide is some program highlights for some of our newer residential programs and pilots. The schools program now offers for SMECO Energy Advisor to visit the schools and hold a live session with students on energy efficiency. The goal of this classroom visit is to help students get the most out of the curriculum and energy saving measures at their home. My Energy Target program continues to roll out enhancements to participant communications. Last year, My Energy Target added a new welcome email as well as additional check-ins, and these new touch points are expected to increase participant engagement and savings for the program. And then the Energy Perks pilot saw a 71% increase in participation in Q3, Q4 of 2022. And based on Commission Order 89855, the Commission directed SMECO to file a detailed final report on the Energy Perks pilot by July, so we'll be on track to have that filed with the Commission. And then our next slide, as you may remember, SMECO filed a lighting transition plan in October and received approval from the PSC in December of 2022. This plan proposed a proactive means of sunsetting the lighting program while utilizing any unused budget to support other residential programs, such as HVAC, appliance rebates, and new homes. So we just launched increased incentives for the HVAC program, increased heat pump water heater incentives, and we're using that money to transition food bank kits to non-lighting measures, and then also more marketing and education to our distributors and our contractors on both HVAC and heat pump water heaters. And then our last slide is around the Commission request. SMECO is requesting to transfer $800,000 of our incentive budget from CHP to prescriptive and custom programs. The CHP program is not forecasted to utilize all of its incentive budget this cycle. SMECO proposed to utilize the unused budget to bolster savings and participation across the custom and prescriptive programs. In addition to maintaining the prescriptive program's strong pipeline, the additional incentive could be used to increase incentives and participation in non-lighting measures. And then the custom program also has the opportunity to potentially close a large custom lighting project in 2023, so the additional budget would be used to support that project if it's commissioned in 2023. And with that, I will turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Relly. Again, impressive statistics. We only have the one utility request. I think from all the utilities, you're the only one who's making a request today. We could discuss that, but I'll turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Any questions on SMECO? Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you. I support the request, just for the record. But just a couple, again, very impressive, thank you. And thank you for the details. Can you talk a little bit more about the building operator education program? I just want to understand what that is.
That's a program where we offer different education opportunities that our business members can take advantage of. So we have classes that are put on and they can earn credits and stuff towards some of the classes, but they can also take our classes and we help pay for some of that class. So they can send like their facilities people and people managing a lot of their equipment and stuff in their buildings to these classes to be trained to help them be able to manage the energy and stuff within the building better.
Oh, so is it like benchmarking, or is it operational things that they could do? What?
Operational mainly, but they can also take some other classes that are offered outside of the utility and qualify. So if they're getting certifications and stuff through some accredited programs, we'll also help cover some of the cost of that if they're looking to get additional training to help them with their jobs.
Okay, that's very interesting. And can you just talk a little bit more? It's very interesting that you send the reports to the low-income customers. So that's targeted just to the low-income customers when you send them?
Yes, that's something new, and we can only base it on who we have coming through our system as getting assistance. So we do send it to them, but we're very mindful not to call them out as low income. But the reports are kind of targeted, and even with the messaging we're adding around DHCD, we're putting information on there, but giving them options that there's, DHCD programs as the top program, and then SMECO's HEIP program. So we're not calling them out as limited income in the report, but it is geared towards the limited income.
Are you able to track if that's being effective?
We can track if they participated in other programs that SMECO has, yes. And then essentially we wouldn't be able to track it on the DHCD side if they reach out to DHCD and participate in the program.
Okay, that's very good. And then just if you want to provide any insight that you have on why you've been more successful than others and with the water heaters, heat pump water heaters.
Well, I think it's around the HVAC midstream, why we've been more successful there. With that, like the other utilities mentioned, we started a year earlier. And then with that, we had gained momentum with that. And then COVID hit, supply chain issues. So all of that kind of played into the other utilities as they were launching theirs. So we had already kind of gained that momentum. And really for a midstream program, 3 to 5 years to get a midstream program launched and get people in it and understanding it and stuff. So I think we were just a little bit ahead. We're also, a smaller utility, so, we have a relationship with our members and stuff, and so we've been working really hard with distributors and contractors, educating them. And then we're also hoping with the incentives that we increased the HVAC incentives and the heat pump water heaters, which was something that came out of the midstream working group, that there was a need for increased incentives. We just did that in March of this year, so we're hoping to see more participation. And I think some of the other utilities had come in for incentive increases and stuff through their HVAC and stuff, so I think some others are making some incentive increases. So we're hoping that will help with participation.
Okay, thank you. It's very impressive.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions for SMECO, I do recognize that we have the one request to allocate the $800 million in CHP funds to the two business solutions account. To expedite matters and not wait for an order, I would ask that we call a vote today. So I would ask my colleagues, I would move that we grant SMECO's request to reallocate the current cycle budget of $800,000 currently allocated to CHP to be split between the Business Solutions prescriptive and custom programs, with $600,000 being redirected to the prescriptive program and $200,000 being directed to the custom program. The vote begins with Commissioner Bubar.
Aye.
Commissioner Linton.
Aye.
And Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. SMECO's proposal is approved effective immediately. We'll codify this in an order to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we will move to Potomac Edison. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Jessica Reba on behalf of Potomac Edison. I think if you skip forward a slide, I can save you some spelling time. Yep, so it's R-A-B as in boy A. With me today, I have Kurt Tarasky, our Director of Energy Efficiency Compliance and Reporting, and Aaron Demaray, Manager of Energy Efficiency Reporting. And I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Demaray.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Similar to past, we have a brief presentation for you. To start off with, on slide 3, Potomac Edison did achieve its 2022 standalone target. We came in at 2.03% of sales, which is 102% of target. To put this into context of our overall 3-year goal, we've achieved over 277,000 megawatt hours. If you could advance, please. Thank you.
over 277,000 megawatt hours of energy efficiency savings across the 3 years. Again, this year we are at 102%. In 2021, we were at 85%, heavily influenced by COVID and our opportunities in the market. So at a weighted average, we are at 62% of the entire 3-year goal at this point in time. If you go to the next slide. The programs that delivered savings in this period are very similar to what we've seen through the entirety of the 2021 to 2023 cycle. Large savings coming from our Energy Star lighting, our energy efficiency kits, as well as behavior programs, but also participation across the spectrum. So this slide and the previous ones have had a lot of numbers on it, but if you could go to the next slide, please. I'd rather talk about our impacts. Impacts to the environment, impacts to the industry, as well as to our customers directly. To the environment, you can see the equivalent greenhouse gas emissions of over 943 metric tons and their equivalences in cars and others. To the industry, again, in 2022, we did receive the Energy Star Partner of the Year Award for the entirety of our residential programs, as well as being certified as a homes market leader in the residential new construction program. But very importantly to our customers, you can see the incentives of over $23 million, the number of smart thermostats, 6,000. I'll ask you to keep that number in mind when we talk a little bit later about some of our results. 1.2 million LED bulbs. But one of the things that I know the team is most proud of is the last stat on there, which is 77% of residential customers participated in one or more programs. We've always looked at the benefits of EmPOWER being very broad because all customers are paying for this, and seeing 77% is the highest percentage that I've had the opportunity to report out, and we're all very proud of that number. I will also throw in that of the 1.4 million behavior programs, not a single one of those reports included either a smiley or a frowny face, for the record. Going on to the next slide for program highlights, the residential program contributed over 95,000 megawatt hours of the results, 119% of the target, and 88% of the budget. Again, we did talk about the certified homes. That was because the Energy Star Certified Homes Market Leader Award. That was because we supported the construction of over 1,400 Energy Star homes and 1,370 smart thermostats. On the C&I side, we contributed approximately 54,000 megawatts, which was 75% of the annual target and 73% of the budget. Notably, as we head into 2023, we do have a very significant pipeline of 95,000 megawatt hours. So if we're able to convert a large portion of that, we'll be well on our way to our 2023 target. Next slide. All right, 2023 activities and challenges. First, I would like to thank the Commission for the approval of both our CVR program as well as increases to residential HVAC incentive levels. This is emblematic of us looking under every rock to try to find energy savings and achieve the 3-year goals. And again, thank you for helping with that. The CVR program was implemented in the first quarter, and by the end of the year, we expect it to produce over 3,600 megawatt hours. The HVAC incentives, we have gone to market with that and received very favorable responses from contractors. That being said, I do want to highlight again, when we take a look at the entire 21 to 23 cycle, there have been significant challenges. As we all know, COVID had a very significant impact on the market in 2021. It significantly impacted our opportunities, and some of the effects of that are still being seen in the market today, be it through occupancy levels in businesses, people's willingness to have us go into their homes, as well as impacts on trade allies, shrinking their service territories at times and consolidating into the most profitable and dense areas, which PE is a little bit more spread out, so we have lost trade allies, as well as supply chain disruptions and also inflationary impacts. So it has been a challenge, and we still are seeing those today. We also have a situation where PJM withdrew conditional approval for a 138 kV substation upgrade that we had in our plan expected at 12,000 megawatt hours. So that was one opportunity that we unfortunately are not able to capitalize on. That being said, we're taking a look at our end of year forecast, and again, too early to go on the record of where that will be, but our expectation is that we will be very close to the 3-year target. What that means is that we would be not only exceeding our 2023 target, but making up some of the lost ground from what we had in the first year of the 3-year cycle. So with that, thank you, and open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Demery. And to be clear, your utility has no requests of this commission?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Nice job. Commissioner Bubar.
Yes, I would agree. Nice job. And 77% participation, that's very good. So that's interesting. Just a question on the 6,000 smart thermostats. Are those provided by the utility, or are those thermostats that bring your own devices, or both?
They would have been through the various programs that we have. They could have been installed as part of a Home Performance with Energy Star and HVAC, or through our residential marketplace, or through our residential appliance programs.
Okay, so it's both.
And I would like to say, we have a similar event that we did for Earth Day this year. Happened to be $1 as well. Also happened to be a limit of 2 per, and I think the preliminary results are around 5,400 smart thermostats through that one event. So again, compared to the 6,000 that we did last year, very successful event, something we're very proud of, and hopefully a big contributor to our results this year.
Yeah, that's great.
This year.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Just one question for you on slide 6. And this is really just a clarification question for myself. You have the light bulb there with a dollar sign in it, behavioral program distributed over 1.4 million home energy reports. It's a little more than your total number of accounts you have on the residential side, here in Maryland at least. So does that mean you've distributed more than one report
per year? Yes,
per consumer?
it's through all different channels, be it a paper report arriving in the mail, or through an electronic. I will also say, Chairman, we do offer all of our customers the ability to unenroll from paper and receive just mail. One other thing I'll just add to that, since we're on the topic, is I believe it was in March of 2021, we were one of the, I believe, first utilities to actually roll out an enhanced experience. So not only did we change away from the smiley faces of past, but also change our entire approach to how we communicate with customers. It still does have the good, fair, best. It has QR codes so customers can easily go on, if they do receive a paper one, use their phone, go online, and actually update their account or the behavioral account, so they can get more customized information that's more relevant to their home. So I think we always are worried about things becoming too static in that type of program, and we are providing customers opportunities to go in, again, customize and get more relevant information. And that includes not only our regular cohorts, but I believe we have about 15,000 low-income specific customers in a cohort as well. So we can do customized messages to them, promote low-cost, no-cost measures.
So then these are so what you're suggesting then is that for your residential customers, they receive 2 reports
I believe it's
per year?
I think quarterly is our usual target. When we take a look at our residential population, I believe, subject to check, it's about 230,000 customers. So the same customers that are enrolled in those programs, it's going to be a subset of that, because obviously you need control groups. So it might be 150,000. So we're touching out to customers at least on a quarterly, sometimes multiple times a quarter.
And it's a different report each time.
It has customized information each time that will talk about their particular results compared to their neighbors during that period, as well as we rotate through a number of different results. Sometimes they may be bolstering or buttressing some things, like we have an upcoming Earth Day event, so it might be promoting that. I'll also say we do include DHCD information on the behavioral reports to those when they're known customers that we can refer.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Thank you very much. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to Potomac Edison. Finally, before lunch, Mr. McClellan, you are standing in our way.
Very good. I'll make it quick. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Josh McClelland. Last name is McClelland. I'm the Senior Manager of Energy Efficiency at Washington Gas. I'd like to start off our presentation today with just a brief high-level overview of WGL's program over the course of program year 2022. Washington Gas continues its upward trend in energy savings performance for its portfolio of EmPOWER programs. For 2022, programs reduced over 2 million therms in natural gas consumption, accounting for the highest performing 12-month period in program history. The line graph on the lower left shows how 2022 stacks up to every program year since Washington Gas joined EmPOWER in 2015. I will add that this year's performance was also recognized nationally, with WGL receiving its second consecutive Energy Star Partner of the Year award for delivery of its energy efficiency programs in Maryland. As EmPOWER Maryland more closely aligns with the state's climate policies, it's important to highlight the greenhouse gas abatement that is attributed to the performance of the company's programs. The energy reductions realized in 2022 equates to abating almost 16,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The reductions realized this year continue to demonstrate that a comprehensive portfolio of natural gas energy efficiency programs is a viable and cost-effective contributor to the state's efforts to reduce emissions. This is a point that Washington Gas, feels that we need to repeat on a regular basis. In addition to the record energy savings, over $8 million in incentives were issued throughout this year. When coupled with the breakdown of total costs shown in the lower right-hand corner, incentives continue to account for the majority of expenditures and give a positive indication that the benefits of these programs are outweighing the cost to operate them. While the performance for the year gives reason to be highly optimistic for a strong finish to the program cycle, 2022 wasn't without its challenges or minor setbacks. The Washington Gas Energy Efficiency team backfilled several key positions within the last few months of the year, resulting in significant time and effort focused on bringing new staff up to speed. Additionally, Washington Gas has observed a concerning amount of staff turnover with various implementation contractors, mainly with smaller scale companies that are responsible for operating the pilot programs for Washington Gas. Despite these challenges, the company's EE programs made 2022 the highest performing year on record and continue to push closer to achieving annual and program cycle targets. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'd like to move on to more program-specific details and pilot program updates. And so I'd like to hand it off to Erica Moore.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
We can, Ms. Moore. And just to be clear, we'll be discussing the WGL gas heat pump pilot after lunch today.
Yes.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Erica Moore, M-O-O-R-E is how you spell my last name. And I oversee program management of our EmPOWER portfolio. So on this slide, starting with our residential programs on the left column, both the existing home and the new home programs met or exceeded their 2022 savings targets. The Behavioral Home Energy Reports program continued to experience lower than expected savings in the first half of the year, as well as in the second half of the year. This is in part because the newest batch of participants that we introduced to the program at the beginning of the cycle has not resulted in as many savings as originally forecasted. Finally, on the residential side, the retrofit coordinated programs with our electric utility counterparts have been significantly underperforming when compared to forecasts received from them at the onset of the program cycle. To attempt to remedy this issue, we've implemented some digital marketing tactics to drive customers towards the electric utilities programs, but that's been met with relatively low success so far. Before wrapping up the residential sector, I did want to highlight that our residential energy conservation kits were a very successful element of our portfolio in 2022, with over 4,600 kits delivered to customers, and I can attribute some of the success of the kit program to the promotion of kits through the behavioral program. So though we haven't seen all the savings that we anticipated from behavioral, it is providing benefits to our other programs. Moving on to commercial, I'm happy to report that customer interest in gas energy efficiency programs in this sector continues to grow every year that I've been here. After budget reallocations toward the custom program, both our prescriptive and custom programs exceeded their therm savings targets for 2022. Based on the volume of projects in our pipeline, we expect this strong performance to continue through the rest of the cycle. Finally, for income qualified, these programs again are operated by DHCD, and we saw a significant increase in participation of these programs in 2022 compared to the first year of the cycle. And for 2022, we achieved 80% of the annual forecasted savings for this category. Moving on to the next slide, I wanted to provide some updates on our pilot programs. As you may recall, we were asked to refile pilot proposals at the beginning of the cycle, and we have received approval later in 2021 after we submitted those updated proposals. So despite our late start with implementation, we've gotten most of our pilots back on track to close at the end of this cycle. We completed and filed our final report for the Midstream feasibility study in early 2022. The virtual commissioning and demand response pilots are both operational and were operational as of the beginning of 2022. And notably, we achieved our target of 5,000 enrolled thermostats in the demand response pilot in November of 22 and began running events in December for the winter heating season. The virtual commissioning pilot has 12 customers that are implementing gas savings measures, and energy savings are actively being monitored today. On the right-hand side, we've continued to collaborate on the CEA financing pilot, which remains on track. And the last two that say delay, our online business energy advisor pilot and gas heat pump pilots have experienced some delays, but we did make steady progress in 2022. We'll discuss the gas heat pump pilot later on, but implementation of the online business energy advisor pilot was delayed due to a larger internal project in which the company is transitioning to a new and improved online account management platform for our customers. And we look forward to providing additional pilot updates in our next semi-annual report. So this concludes our formal presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just have one question. You mentioned your home energy reports, and you're in the red currently there. You heard my comments earlier with respect to the Exelon utilities. I'm the only Washington Gas customer on the commission here on this panel. I don't ever recall receiving a home energy report. How do you transmit those to customers?
Sure. So we have a treatment and control group as part of the behavioral program, as do all the utilities. So unfortunately, if you're not getting any reports, it's because you weren't selected for the treatment group. So that would explain why you haven't seen anything from us.
Okay, well that makes sense, and you've heard of that. I don't like receiving the reports anyway, so
Mr.
I'm asking.
If you're requesting one, we can send one to you.
Thank you. I yield to my colleagues. Commissioner Boomer.
I just have one question. On the demand response program, you said 5,000 thermostats were installed. Could you just talk a little bit about what that means? I mean, with people who have put those thermostats in, then will they get different information on their time of use and things like that?
Sure. So demand response, as you might know, is pretty common with the electric utilities, but is a relatively novel concept for gas. So this model is essentially applying the bring your own device model that many electric utilities, both in Maryland and across the country, have implemented for multiple years now, and we've tried to apply it to us as a gas-only utility to see whether it is actually generating quantifiable and notable savings. So we've enrolled 5,000 thermostats. That means folks who already have a smart thermostat have opted in to participate in the program, and that gives us permission to run demand response events for us in the winter, whereas normally electric events get run in the summer. So in the winter and the coldest days, we can adjust their thermostat to reduce their energy usage, assuming they're heating their home with natural gas equipment.
And they agree to participate in that as part of this 5,000. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, my thank you to Washington Gas Light. Mr. McClellan, we've seen you for many years now. Challenges were encountered in 2022, but at a minimum, the trend line is heading in the right direction. We will take a lunch now, and I promised a longer than average lunch. We'll recess until 1:30 this afternoon, at which time we'll hear from the Department of Housing and Community Development, and then we'll loop back to address perhaps the most contentious issue, which is the gas heat pump program by WGL. We are in recess until 1:30. on the record. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. We will now begin the program with our non-utility program administrator, the fine folks at the Department of Housing and Community Development. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I have with me today Amy Grasso as our counsel. My name is Nicola Tran. I'm the Deputy Director for the Energy Programs. Zach Rockwell is our Program Manager for the Single Family EmPOWER Programs. And Preston Thomas is our Program Manager for the MIHA program. And also, I wanted to just let you know, Joe Seahusen, our director, sends his regards. He's not able to make it today as he's on his way to retirement. But he wishes the programs well and really enjoyed the interaction with the commission. So there has been, if you could go back one slide, I don't want to take away too much real quick. There have been a lot of discussions on our programs today already, and I always wish we could go right after OPC to answer some of those questions while they're fresh on the mind and leave less up for speculation. So we did want to go ahead and just address a few of the questions and comments that have come up so far. We did want to point out again that our marketing activities are detailed in the semi-annual report. We had about 3 pages explaining how we are targeting the limited income population. So it's not a surprise, it's actually by design that you did not receive a letter from us. To maximize the results that we can achieve within our budget. Obviously, we do not have a very large marketing budget, and our results have found in the past that direct outreach targeting the population that we want to reach with a direct interaction through outreach event and partners has been the most successful in the past. And the report also did demonstrate an increase in the results of those efforts. Over the last 3 years, we have increased the applications received by DHCD tenfold, and we're looking to continue those efforts and continue in that trajectory. I did also want to give the utilities a lot of credit. Over the past, I would say about 5 years, the coordination with the utilities regarding marketing, outreach, and participation has increased at least tenfold. There are multiple efforts happening with each of the utilities every month. We just recently collaborated with SMECO and BG&E on their limited income thermostat offer. There are bill inserts happening with PE every 3 months with other utilities on a different schedule. The utilities are inviting us to outreach events where they believe we can provide value. They're inviting us to speak to their contractors or program participants where appropriate. And they also frequently request informational materials, our marketing flyers, to include in all of their programs. So a lot is happening. I think the results, that we are seeing, it has brought fruit. It increased our application rates by a lot. There will always be barriers. And barriers include, just as you would see a drop-off from the limited income QHEC participants to our comprehensive programs, you're seeing about the same drop-off from the market rate QHEC participants to the home performance program, where customers would also be able to get more value. So barriers exist, and they are, various barriers. So some of them include, for example, landlord consent for the renters. That's a big one that has always come up. And I did want to let you know that we have commissioned a study to further examine participation barriers in our programs. We have an idea of what they are, but we wanted to gather more data to really quantify them and qualify them too, and also get recommendations on how they can be addressed in order to minimize those barriers going forward. Lastly, I did want to point out that our programs are currently on track to meet their savings forecasts with the budgets that we have available. When the participation rates look low, that typically happens in the first and the second part of the year because the majority of the production in the MIHA program happens in the third and in the carryover year. And also in the single-family programs, the majority of the production happens in this year, but we'll show you in the next couple slides of where the programs stand right now. Looking ahead, there is a big lift coming up for our programs with the passing of the HB 169. We will look to address the barriers that are identified, and the limited income work group also has met, I believe, about 7 times so far to consult with us on our program plan and make recommendations on how the programs can be maximized with the large targets that we will have. So with that, we'll go into our actual presentation. And the first slide, I think you can go ahead, has a little bit, just an overview of our client engagement efforts. So in the reporting period, our programs have contacted over 500,000 households, some of them directly through us, some through our referral partners. And we have received 630 applications just in the second half of 2022. And some of the marketing efforts include joint efforts with the utilities, some nonprofits such as the United Communities Against Poverty, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, and we also provided training for the entire staff of DHS and did an Energy Days campaign through our own social media channel. And with that, I'll hand it off to Zach Rockwell for the single-family programs.
Good afternoon. So to start off, the programs have committed 64% of its funds to projects so far to this point. And as Nicola mentioned before, historically the majority of the programs participation has happened in the last year of the cycle. So we are currently on track to spend out for the cycle. Moving on to savings for the program, we have had high savings for the program that have met forecasts so far. However, because of steep increases in our labor and material costs over the last few years, we most likely we will not be meeting the households that we originally forecasted in 2020. But we do continue to leverage as much as possible with outside funds in order to control those project costs. Moving on to base efficiency. So base efficiency is also on track to spend out by the end of the program cycle. It is at 70% committed funds so far this year, or total for the cycle so far. Moving on to MEET. So the MEET program has seen production above 50 and above for the every month since October. This has resulted in it either meeting or exceeding its forecast for the last 2 quarters, and we expect to have that continue going forward. It's at 64% committed funds, and we expect it to continue and spend out by the end of the program cycle. And then finally, energy kits. So the participation for energy kits since it began in Q2 of last year for that time period has actually been above forecast in total participation. Also, since implementation, we've seen a marked increase in our conversion rates for our whole home and base efficiency programs from 21% pre-kits to 29% post-kits. And then finally, I just want to mention that starting July, we will be adjusting the kit contents to align with the phase out of lighting. So we'll be removing LEDs and inputting faucet aerators. And now I'm going to pass it to Preston to talk about the MEHA program.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston Thomas. I am the program manager of the Multifamily Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program, better known as MEHA. The program is operating as intended, and it's achieving 23% energy savings for gas and electric per unit, which is very high. So far to date, it has completed 2,303 units and has 2,461 units under construction and expects to meet all of its forecasts. I'm going to turn it back to Nicola.
All right, so we had one request included in our report, and that was to request categorical eligibility for the participants of the MEA LMI Energy Efficiency Grant Program. Currently, DHCD's eligibility is at 80% of AMI, and the MEA's program is at 85% at AMI, so it's just about 5% higher. Both programs do very similar work, and a lot of contractors work in both programs, and they are attempting to leverage the funds from both programs to maximize the benefits to the customers. But at the moment, their participants would require two separate applications, one with MEA and one with DHCD, in order to achieve that. Because the MEA's income limit is just a tad higher, we are requesting permission to allow those as categorically eligible, even though they do not fall below our current income limits. And that would eliminate the need for two separate applications for those participants.
Ms. Tran, if I could interrupt, does the commission have that authority to effectively waive that small difference? It's not in statute.
It's not in statute. It is in our program plan. We had set it at 80% AMI, but we did also include in our program plan the option to allow categorical eligibility, and typically the work group can approve any program that is in line. This one is, just a tad higher, which is why we're bringing it to your attention.
Thank you.
All right, and lastly, we have a few updates. The limited income work group met 3 times in the reporting period. One meeting was about the implementation of the priority list. Then we had a program plan kickoff workshop with, I think, over 70 participants total, and a review of the affordability study, and the limited income work group has since met almost monthly to support our program planning efforts. And lastly, we submitted a letter to the Commission last week requesting confirmation on our interpretation of HB 165 and how it interacts with Commission orders that are related to the program plan. The way we understand it is that it is a megawatt-hour goal, so our plan will focus on achieving the megawatt-hour savings targets, but that we would not be precluded from also doing a little bit of gas savings and potential some electrification as it fits in and is beneficial to customers. And then we were required to hold a work group meeting within 30 days of enactment of the bill per Commission order, but that won't be until August, so a little bit too late for our program plan. So we will convene the limited income work group in the last week of May to help us define what portion of our legislative targets will come from our EmPOWER programs. That's all we had for today. We're available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. So just those 2 requests DHCD has pending before the Commission. All right, thank you. I will check with my colleagues in a moment if we could dispose of those today rather than have you wait. But let me turn to my colleagues if they have questions. Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you very much. I know it's hard. You've got a lot of pressures coming from many sources, so I think you're doing a good job. Just a question, is there a budget impact with your proposal with the difference between the 80 and the 85%?
No, it would not impact our budget. In fact, it might be able to help us stretch our budget a little bit further by being able to leverage with those outside funds. We have to apply less EmPOWER funds to the jobs. It's essentially the MEA program would pay for part of the job, and we would pay for another part of the job, so we would have more money left over to serve other customers.
Okay, very good. All right, that's all I have.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on Commissioner Bubar's question, and good afternoon, by the way. How many additional customers do you project you'll serve as a result of the change, assuming it's adopted?
I don't have a number for that on hand, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Are we proceeding, Mr. Chairman, with other questions too, or just on this topic?
On any question for DHCD, yes.
Okay. So you probably heard some of my questions from this morning regarding some of the increasing the participation for customers that have participated in the QHIC programs and are referred to your offices from one of the utility companies. I'm assuming that you're able to track referrals from the utility companies currently?
So we are able to track the referral source by what the customer informs us where they heard about our programs.
Okay.
That is as accurate as we can get, and they might say they have heard from the news, and it might have been a BG&E ad that they saw. So it's not as accurate, but I think the utilities might be equipped to circle back on the back end, because with every invoice we send them every month, we provide a list of all customers that were served by our programs in that month. So that could potentially be tracked back to which customers were included in any of their programs.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, then there isn't a concept or initiative at this point where the utility companies are contacting you directly and saying, "Oh, we've referred X number of customers to your offices." Whether or not they appear and apply is separate.
Yeah, not that directly, no.
Okay. All right. So on so this would be slide 2. It's got looks like a door hanger here, a door knocker, and
Yep. Mm-hmm.
oh, I'm still looking.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm looking at the one that's not on. Yeah, that's the right one. Yes.
Yeah.
So you noted here that you contacted quite a lot actually of
Mhm.
households as opposed to applications received. Just so that I'm clear, when you say households contacted, is that a combination of a number of different efforts, or is it just one particular one?
Yes, that is a combination of all the outreach efforts we have done in the reporting period.
Okay. All right. So it would include the young lady standing behind the table here as an example. She spoke to X
Yep.
number of customers,
Correct.
and
And those we're actually able to track directly because we pass out applications on site, and we have on the application notes where they learned about us.
okay. So just one last question. At the last hearing we had, you did mention the study that you mentioned again today that you're looking at to see what challenges might be there between the customers finding out about your programs and solutions that you offer versus their willingness to apply. What's the status of the study?
So the interviews are currently in process. So the study involves reaching out to OHEP and identifying why customers that apply to OHEP do not opt into our programs. It also reaches out to utility customers, trying to identify if they have heard about the programs, and if yes, why they haven't participated. And then it also reaches out to our existing customers, those that have maybe initially enrolled but then decided not to move forward, to identify why they didn't move forward. So all of those interviews and research processes are right now in process, and we're expecting it to be done, what do you think, June, July? Probably. So this is part of our evaluation efforts, and they typically all conclude in the summer.
Okay. Do you think it would be finished before we begin to engage on the next program cycle, or at least in time for us to implement solutions from it if there are any proposed?
Before the next hearing, for sure, and we're hoping that we'll have some of the results before we submit our plan, even.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no additional questions, DHCD only has these 2 limited requests of the Commission, so I'd like to pose to my colleagues that we dispose of them today and address them in an order to follow. I would move that we grant DHCD's request to categorically approve customers who use the Maryland Energy Administration's LMI program, which currently approves up to 85%, and waive the requirement under DHCD's rules, which currently only approves customers up to 80%. Therefore, DHCD would use the 85% threshold in determining eligibility of customers. The vote begins with Commissioner Buvar.
Just before, if we're in discussion phase now on your motion, can I just turn to staff? Can you help me understand for the second request?
Oh, I didn't get to the second request.
You're doing them separately.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just reading it and trying to figure it out.
Well, I did have a question on the first motion. and I'm trying to remember what it was. The 85%. Would you be using that for all programs, or just for the ones related to the MEA programs?
Yes, only to the ones that come from the MEA program. To us, for program participants in general, that apply with us directly, the cutoff is still at 80% until we make any changes to that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that clarification on the record, the motion stands. The vote begins with Commissioner Bubar.
Aye.
Commissioner Linton.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion is approved. Commissioner Richard.
Yes, so I understand you're going to offer the motion for the second.
The second
request.
clarification,
Okay,
yes.
yes. With that understanding, maybe if staff and DHCD can help me understand what the second motion is asking, particularly when it says DHCD may continue to serve natural gas customers.
So actually, we didn't put all the detail on the slide here, and the request for clarification that we submitted included 3 points. Point number 1 was just to verify that our goal is a megawatt-hour goal, even though the Commission previously had requested that plans should transition to target greenhouse gas reductions.
Okay, and I believe that is consistent with what didn't happen in the legislature this year. Okay.
Okay, and then the second part was, since we have a megawatt-hour goal, that would not necessarily incentivize us to produce gas savings. Currently, we are producing gas savings and services to BG&E's and Washington Gas's limited income customers. And so we were requesting for confirmation that the bill language does not preclude us from producing some gas savings as long as we meet the megawatt-hour targets.
Okay, so this is just accounting for the current programs, is that correct? It's not necessarily engaging in programs that might incentivize gas appliances?
Which we currently are. Our programs currently are incentivizing gas appliances for those customers that have outdated gas appliances.
Okay,
So we wanted to get clarification if we can continue that, or if there's anything that we missed that might us preclude from doing that. Just
Okay.
because we did not get a gas savings goal.
Okay, and then as you're talking to your higher-ups, is this consistent with administration policy at this point?
Yeah, at this point, so I think the reason that we submitted the request is that we just wanted to be extra careful and make sure that we were interpreting the legislation, which is a little bit unclear in places, correctly, and at least in accordance with how the Public Service Commission thinks it should be interpreted, so that they can better prepare for filing their plan. And anything that was included in this letter is in line with policy of the department.
Okay, and the administration?
And the administration. I'm
Okay.
not aware that there's any distinction.
No.
Okay, well, thank you. And Mr. Hurley, does staff have any?
I'm sorry, there was one third point in our request. The third point was that the legislation was asking us to file a one-year report for 2024 this year, and then a 3-year plan for the years 25 through 27. Which is not in alignment with the EmPOWER cycle, obviously. The EmPOWER cycle will be 24 through 26. We believe that was an oversight in the bill language that was carried over from last year to this year. And we just wanted to clarify that we are still planning on submitting a 3-year plan at this point in this year. And then if a plan for 27 is still required, we would submit that in addition next year.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Hurley, so I mean, have we heard from any other parties about this request?
No, I've not heard from any other parties about the request. As far as staff's view, the current EmPOWER statute still allows for gas savings programs. That was not altered yet, I would say. So, we're fine with the DHCD's proposal.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those questions and the discussion. Instead of making a very complicated motion, I would move to grant the request on the 3 items as presented by DHCD and discussed over the past 2 minutes with Commissioner Richard. The motion, vote on the motion begins with Commissioner Bubar.
Aye, I support. So would we answer their letter, or is this our answer to the letter?
This is our answer to the letter. If Ms. Grasso is satisfied, I believe you were the author of the letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, aye.
Commissioner Linton.
Aye.
Commissioner Richard.
Aye.
I vote aye. The motion is approved. The request for clarification is hereby granted.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will move to return to Washington Gas Light. We'll have a discussion of the gas heat pump pilot. So I would ask that the table be populated with representatives from staff, Office of People's Counsel, Washington Gas Light, and the Maryland Environmental MEEA representative, Ms. Susan Miller. Typically, we have other interested parties, HVAC representatives, members of the public presenting or testifying today. It does not appear that we have anybody else, so this is the last item of our afternoon. It relates to WGL's heat pump pilot program. There is some controversy amongst the parties at the table, so each party will have up to 5 minutes to explain its position or concern. No more than 5 minutes. The commissioners will receive the input. We will likely not take a vote on this request today. That will be addressed in an order to follow. And if I didn't make clear to DHCD the vote that we just took, that's effective today. So we'll begin. We'll go in the following order. We'll hear from WGL first, then we'll hear from staff, OPC, and then Ms. Miller, you could bring us home. Okay, so I'll turn to WGL for their, consider it a 5-minute opening statement.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Stanek and Commissioners. My name is Spencer Nichols. That's Spencer, S-P-E-N-C-E-R, N-I-C-H-O-L-S, on behalf of Washington Gas. Just a few short comments about our position generally, and then if there are questions after that relate to the performance of the program or the technical aspects, I'll likely turn that over to my colleagues. First, I'd like to point out that as staff has commented over almost a year ago now, and the Commission has agreed, removal of gas appliances from the empowerment program is inconsistent with the empowerment statute, which provides that each gas company shall develop and implement programs and services to encourage and promote the efficient use and conservation of energy. Second, as the Commission is aware, and as Chairman Stanek mentioned earlier, there were bills introduced recently before the legislature that were specifically aimed at removing gas appliances from the EmPOWER statute. There were hearings in Annapolis. The People's Counsel testified at those hearings in support of the bills, and those bills have not become law. So it's inconsistent to suggest that the programs like the gas heat pump pilot are inconsistent with current law, to the extent that that is what OPC's position is today and MEE's position is today. Third and lastly, just because gas heat pumps are not as prevalent as electric heat pumps in Maryland, and are not prevalent in Maryland, certainly not to the degree as electric heat pumps, does not mean that we should forego now exploring the possibility that gas heat pumps can meaningfully contribute to efficiency and conservation, and thereby contribute to emissions reductions. That is exactly what this pilot was meant to explore. So we'd ask that you deny OPC's request to prematurely end this pilot program, and because there is still time on this pilot yet. And if it was clear that this pilot was not successful or could not be successful, Washington Gas would be the first to say so. It has multiple other pilots to manage. But let me be clear, Washington Gas's position is that this pilot has been successful and can be successful. Just because gas heat pumps are not as quote-unquote commercialized as electric heat pumps does not mean that the program has not or cannot be successful. The Commission should allow this pilot to run for the time that the company was allocated to run it, so that we can have a thorough discussion at the end of this EmPOWER cycle about whether or not gas heat pumps should continue to be part of EmPOWER and should help to contribute to the state's greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals over the next 22 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. We'll turn to our staff.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Michael Jang on behalf of staff, last name spelled J-I-A-N-G. Staff supports WGL's continuation of its gas heat pump pilot program. The pilot program was created to explore the possible savings associated with gas heat pump technology, especially since this is a technology that is not utilized in Maryland today. The company is not requesting at this time to add gas heat pumps as a measure in their EmPOWER programs. And although the pilot's timeline has been delayed, the company has indicated that some installations of gas heat pumps have been initiated or completed. It's also staff's understanding that the pilot is still within its approved budget despite the delays. Staff does note that it may be difficult for the company to complete its assessment on the cost effectiveness of gas heat pump technology as a new program for its 2024 to 2026 program cycle, but the company is still able to add new measures to its existing programs with Commission approval. So if the results of the pilot are positive, the company could make gas heat pump technology an addition to its existing programs in the near future. Finally, it has generally been staff's position that until the General Assembly rules that gas appliances should no longer be promoted, it would be more beneficial for a customer who is choosing a gas appliance have the opportunity to choose a more efficient appliance than not. Staff has one additional comment to make, and I will turn it to Mr. Mike Dean.
Michael Dean on behalf of staff. This is an additional comment on the current law. The consideration of greenhouse gas reduction was added to the EmPOWER Statute 7-211 by the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022, Chapter 38, Acts 2022. This statute also made the following changes. In the Economic Development article at 10-854E3, which is page 9 of the chapter, it says that it prohibits the use of a capital fund to install new equipment that uses fossil fuels, or to make the efficiency of existing equipment that uses fossil fuels, or to improve the efficiency of existing equipment that uses fossil fuels. There's also similar language in the Housing and Community Development article on a special program that uses grants to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in multifamily residence building by improving energy efficiency. Since no similar change was made at that time in the EmPOWER statute, that's consistent with staff's position that until the General Assembly rules that gas appliances should no longer be promoted, it would be more beneficial for a customer who's choosing to use a gas appliance to have the opportunity to have a more efficient appliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jang. Thank you, Mr. Dean. We'll now turn to Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mark Shebus for Office of People's Counsel. I'm joined by my colleagues Nicole Zeichner, Assistant People's Counsel, and Dylan Voorhees, who are also available to answer questions later. In our written comments on this, in our reply comments, we focused on the facts related to the pilot and the problems with the company's analysis supporting the pilot. I want to use, in those comments, we made basically three arguments. One, that the company's behind on pilot implementation, and it doesn't appear that the pilot can be concluded and evaluated in time for the results to be considered before consideration of the company's 24-26 plan. And that's especially true since the entry of the Commission's March 20th order that moves up the filing deadline. Second, we believe the pilot is inconsistent with achievement of Maryland's greenhouse gas reduction goals under the Climate Solutions Now Act, because while gas heat pumps may be more efficient than gas furnaces, they are less efficient and less effective at mitigating greenhouse gas emissions than electric heat pumps. Third, there's no reason to believe, based on the record, that gas heat pumps will ever be cost competitive with electric heat pumps, given where the respective technologies stand now in market development and penetration. Those are reasons that, again, we address in our comments. I want to use the remainder of my 5 minutes today to speak to some of the legal bases of our arguments. When the Commission approved this program in its, I think, October 27th letter order, it included a footnote stating that there was no evidence in the record at the time of any deleterious effects on Section 2113. And presumably this is a reference to the amendments of that section that took place just a few weeks before, per the 2021 amendment, which require the Commission explicitly to take into account the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals in supervising and regulating utilities and making decisions about utility performance. We're not questioning that decision at the time based on the record as it stood at the time. As you've heard and seen in the comments, OPC supported that decision at the time. We're asking the Commission to take a look at the record where it stands now, based on the company's semi-annual reports, the preliminary market assessment that it filed, the comments that we filed on that assessment, and the various comments of the parties since. Based on, and we want the Commission to take a look also based on the changes in the law. Section 2113 has not changed since 2021, but that statute requires the Commission to consider the other changes in the law that have happened since. The main one being the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022 and the very aggressive greenhouse reduction goals that imposes. And second being the federal laws that incentivize electric heat pumps and will really push the market in that direction and increase their cost effectiveness even more relative to the currently non-existent market for residential gas heat pumps. You've heard, I think, from both the company and to a limited extent from staff, an argument about incentives for gas appliances generally. And that's not what we're here today to discuss. There's obviously a larger discussion to be had about that in the next EmPOWER cycle. But we're here today to discuss this particular pilot and whether the record as it stands now justifies continuation of the pilot. And OPC's position is that based on the factors in 2113 and the record as it stands now, it is not in the public interest for this pilot to continue because it's not consistent with the provision of economical and efficient delivery of utility services, nor is it consistent with achievement of the state's aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals as set forth in the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022. Happy to answer questions after MEEA speaks. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to the representative from MEEA, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Susan Stevens Miller, and I represent the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. Thank you for your attention today. First, I'd like to talk about the market assessment that WGL provided. According to WGL, the pilot was to be specifically designed for Maryland customers. The pilot has 5 components, one of which is a market assessment. According to WGL, the market assessment will help prioritize which GHPs best fit Maryland's climate, building stock, and customer base. But if you look at the market assessment, it has almost nothing, and I would say truly nothing, on Maryland at all. They did not assess Maryland. One example, it assumes 100% gas electricity generation, which isn't true in Maryland today. 42% of Maryland's generation is nuclear, 10% is hydro and renewables. That's today. It also does not take into account any increase in solar, which this commission has conceded will increase due to community solar, net energy metering, and the RPS and a number of other programs. It also doesn't take into account this commission's approval of hundreds of megawatts of offshore wind. So it just assumes 100% gas electricity generation because that's what's convenient to make its GHP look better. If a market assessment is to be useful for assessing the viability of a pilot in Maryland, it should at least start with the correct inputs. WGL asserted that using 100% gas electricity generation was okay because the assumption does not apply to Maryland. Well, then the market assessment does not apply to Maryland. What are we assessing then? If we're just going to look at what the national, that's not helpful for whether this is a good idea for Maryland. The purpose of the market assessment is to assess the viability of GHPs in Maryland. In the market assessment itself, GTI states that the market assessment's purpose is to analyze GHP potential, general market characterization of GHP technology, and its applicability to the state of Maryland. There's nothing about Maryland in this other than a incorrect statement with regard to the amount of electricity generation. Using non-Maryland data, particularly when Maryland data is available, raises questions about the efficacy of the assessment, its usefulness for determining whether the pilot should be moved forward. I also would like to address quickly the cost competitiveness arguments or the cost effectiveness arguments. Cost effectiveness is a comparative standard. You have to compare GHPs to something in order to figure out if it's cost effective. Their market assessment compares GHPs to other systems and their capacity to reduce emissions, though, as OPC demonstrated, that comparison was incredibly flawed. But the company did not compare costs of EHPs to GHPs. You can't compare some aspects of products and not others and have it, because that is incomplete and a totally flawed analysis, which will result in this commission being unable to determine if GHPs are the appropriate choice when other options are available. Another example of the failure with regard to cost effectiveness is GTI mentions that sometimes GHPs can provide cooling. It doesn't say when, it doesn't say when it can't, but that has to be included in cost effectiveness, because if it cannot provide cooling, then people who purchase GHPs have to also purchase air conditioners. So it greatly limits the cost effectiveness of these products. And finally, I wanted to point out that the GTI study concedes that GHP only presents a pathway to emissions reductions with envelope improvements and decarbonized fuels, which it fails to define. So the emissions reductions asserted in the market assessment rely on two unproven technologies, the GHP and the decarbonized fuels, which have not even been approved in Maryland and have not even been examined. So our argument is that the WG's own market assessment, which was the first step toward the pilot, which was supposed to create the parameters of the pilot, is totally flawed, and that the pilot should simply not be ended at this point, and ratepayer money should not be continued to spend on a program that their own market assessment couldn't justify continuing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. You filled a niche at the witness table. you focused on structural deficiencies from your perspective that I didn't hear from the fellows to your left who focused on policy issues. So thank you for sharing those thoughts. On the policy issues, we're all aware of where EmPOWER was supposed to go. This agency spent a tremendous amount of time and resources developing the future of EmPOWER programs, and we started several years ago, and we issued a very comprehensive report last March or April under the leadership of our chief judge. Legislators in Annapolis were well aware of this high-profile piece of legislation that did not cross the finish line. They were aware of the Climate Solutions Now Act, which passed 2 years ago. So to the extent we could overgeneralize what's in CSNA and apply it to EmPOWER when it is a separate statute, I think it's a difficult argument to make. That said, I'm of the position we could sidestep the policy argument for now, and partly this is due to the fact that we distinguished months and months ago the fact that we could make the gas program somewhat more modular in case, as we anticipated, the legislation passing, which it did not, and we required both a gas appliance program and a non-gas appliance measure. So to the extent that the program changed, we could easily mix and match and swap out the gas appliances with the non-gas measures. So I'm not sure we actually do have a policy issue before us today, but I'll look forward to my colleagues' questioning of the issues. And this is a more complicated issue. I don't expect we'll take a vote on this item today, but I'll listen to your responses and we'll make a decision at some point. So let me turn to Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you. And I think I'm probably going to be following Ms. Miller's line of questioning first, just kind of operational and not necessarily on the policy. So I have some specific questions, probably mostly for WGL, on the market assessment, and then I just had some questions on the actual the pilot proposal. So picking up actually on what Ms. Miller just went through, the key findings in the market assessment, they don't really seem to be based on Maryland-specific information. There's I think a graphic on maybe, I forget what page, but it has a footnote, but the footnote is very generic, so you can't really trace it back to what the origin is. I think it might be from a DOE source. So can you just provide any information to clarify the basis for the statements in the market assessment in terms of them not really being specific to Maryland?
Commissioner Bubar, if I could start and just point out at the beginning before Mr. McClellan answers that. I think it's important to remember at the outset, the market assessment is a preliminary market assessment. It was not actually ordered by the Commission to be generated or filed with the Commission. It was filed voluntarily and in the interest of transparency to show all the parties interested where the company was with respect to this particular pilot. I think we'd also take issue with the presumption that may be part of the basis for your question, that the market assessment was somehow the first step that had to be completed and finalized before other steps could occur in the program. I don't believe that's what Washington Gas represented when it proposed the pilot. But to answer your more specific question, I'll turn to my colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your question, Commissioner Bubar. And I'll start off with a couple. Oh, I'm sorry, Josh McClelland, Washington Gas, last name McClelland. Apologies. I'll start off by saying I'll make some high-level comments and observations, and then I will defer to my colleague Erica Moore. And fair warning, I might be saying that a lot today as questions develop. But
You're his lifeline.
Absolutely. Excuse me. So just to touch briefly on some of the technical aspects that our colleague with the advocates brought up. So the comments about fuel generation and fuel mix is very specific to one element of the assessment itself, and it's this figure, it's this graphic that's in the first or second page, and it talks about a specific comment about what does a graphic represent. And simply what it means is that there are, GTI Energy put together a few different scenarios based on a very specific set of parameters in terms of temperatures and then efficiency values for each equipment item that was part of that graphic. So there would be a standard efficiency furnace, a high efficiency furnace, a gas heat pump, and an electric heat pump. And so the graphic uses all gas generation as an assumption because the graphic represents marginal emissions rates and marginal energy consumption that happens not on a standard average throughout the year, but during the coldest or during the higher and lower temperatures that occur during the year. So when the temperatures drop, more power plants, demand rises and more power plants need to come online. And one of the references that was cited is that when more power plants come online to meet a demand, it's usually natural gas peaking plants. And that is a statement by the Energy and Information Administration. So that's what was represented there, is when it gets colder, natural gas fires up to meet the demand, and that's why 100% of gas was used in this scenario. Again, it is a marginal scenario. It does not represent Maryland's fuel mix at all. This is like a national average that was observed. And the reason that that wasn't communicated in part of that assessment is to show that there is potential for gas heat pumps that have been observed in other parts of the country and other pilots similar to this that could potentially occur here in the state of Maryland. It is not representative of Maryland, that is for sure, and our colleagues are correct in that statement. What it is just demonstrating that there is potential in the state of Maryland based on other observations. And Erica?
Ms. Moore, do you have anything to add?
To your question about the findings and how they relate to Maryland, so the findings and the intent of the market assessment, which I think seems like perhaps missed the mark in terms of the audience who is reading it, is we wanted to show that we did background research on the technology. We understood the different elements of the technology, what different functions that they can serve, and then how it applies to Maryland. So the market assessment did include some findings around the Maryland building stock, what type of equipment and what percentage is used by natural gas for both space heating and water heating, and then made some recommendations for how we move forward with the field tests, given that we're working in Maryland. To say that there's nothing in there specific to Maryland, I think is to misread what's in the market assessment. But our intent here was just to provide some initial findings to indicate how we're moving forward with doing the actual field tests, which as staff noted, we've already completed some installations in Maryland.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So I do have some questions kind of along the lines of what you just went through, Ms. Moore, in terms of really understanding how far along your gathering information is, because OPC recommends that we shut the program down, and so I want to kind of understand, how far along it is so that we can make an informed decision. So in your pilot proposal, you note that you're going to identify commercialized and near commercialized units that should be acquired and deployed, and that you would engage with product developers and manufacturers. Can you just explain a little bit about how much of that has already been done, if any?
Sure. So the implementer of our pilot is GTI Energy. They are very well versed in gas heat pump technology. They have done field tests for other utilities around the country, so they're really our connection to the manufacturing industry for this category. So they work very closely with two companies that we are installing products for in Maryland. One is Robur. That's a company that already has commercialized units in the field. They have a lot more business in Europe than they do in the US, but they certainly have commercialized products on the market. And then Anisi is a newer brand that has pre-commercial units that we're using for this pilot, but they will have commercialized units ready and in production by the end of this year.
And these are for residential and commercial, or?
Yes.
Okay. Also, can you talk a little bit about anything that's been done on building customer profiles or customer engagement, understanding exactly where you would be deploying these?
Sure. So the main work that we did as part of the market assessment was looking more at the building stock and the applicability of the technology in specific weather space.
Oh, I think he needs you to move closer.
Either slide the base closer to the podium. You can't pull it. Yeah.
How's this better?
A little bit better. Or you could push the podium closer to the mic.
Okay.
Either or. There
I
you
will
go.
try to speak up a little bit. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I lost my train of thought.
About customer profiles and customer engagement.
Yes. So primarily the work that we've done so far has been looking at it from a technical perspective. So where does the technology apply in buildings and in homes? Part of the pilot that we've done so far has been recruiting customers. We've primarily been relatively selective in trying to find customers who would be open to having basically not an experimental technology, as there are some commercial, some pre-commercial units, but having a relatively new technology in their home and being open to having people come in, doing monitoring of the equipment, commissioning, installing, removing the equipment. So as part of this pilot, really our main goal is to prove out whether savings in GHG emissions are possible from gas heat pumps. And I expect that as part of our findings and next steps, once we get that data in, we'll be able to better understand where the savings are most possible, to then be able to figure out how we pair that with customers, whether that's through our existing programs where we offer rebates for particular equipment, whether that's offering additional training for contractors, which is most definitely going to be necessary, and potentially what types of customers it's going to apply for the most.
So have you identified any customers yet?
Yes, so we have two residential customers that already have agreed to participate in the pilot. They've signed a field test agreement. They've already had the units installed in their homes, and they've been functioning for a couple of months now. We have two other customers who have agreed to participate. They've signed the field test agreement, and we're just in the process of getting the right contractor and getting the unit actually to their home. And we also have a commercial site that is doesn't officially have a field test agreement signed, but is highly interested, and we're hoping to be able to install it before the end of the year.
So the other two are residential, so 4 residential customers altogether.
Can we have you move to the left podium? Thank you. We might have a technical issue.
Commissioner Rubar, if I can elaborate a little bit on Ms. Moore's comments, just to talk a little bit about the analysis and detail that went into selecting customers. It was very extensive. GTI Energy provided a lot of information and presentations on the criteria that is needed in order to find basically the sweet spot in terms of where the gas heat pump installation can be the most optimal. They took in a lot of different factors, including building stock and age, equipment type, and annual energy consumption patterns, different parts and climate zones of the state. So a lot of analysis went into to figure out what was the most optimal customer to basically volunteer and be a part of this pilot program. That's another aspect as well, is that we, again, to Ms. Moore's point of being selective, we had to look for volunteers, and so that does require some, a decent amount of customer engagement to talk through all the details and just let them know of the pros and cons of volunteering to this program. And eventually we were able to get a few folks signed up and have a few of these units installed.
Were the volunteers essentially people who needed their equipment replaced, or not necessarily?
I know there were equipment age types. I don't know if it was necessarily a need, but I know that the equipment stock was probably a little bit older. I don't know if it was an urgent as it was at the very end of its useful life. Again, I'll defer to Ms. Moore if there's any other details on that.
Sure. I think, is this any better in terms of the microphone? Okay, good. Yep. So in terms of searching for customers, I think our primary criteria was around their willingness to have folks in the home for the installation, monitoring, participating in surveying, and all that goes into having a pilot happening under their roof. So in some cases they had older equipment, in other cases they did not.
Okay. You talked about contractor training. So is that, that was in the pilot proposal, is that something that's kind of separate from working with the contractors that are going to be in these individual households that have been identified? So can you just talk a little bit about, what do you mean by contractor training?
Sure. So this is as we've said many times, this is a new technology. It's not something that contractors are used to installing in people's homes. And in some cases, even what we've seen in the pilot is that existing contractors in the market who already replaced, say, furnaces or water heaters, they're not sure what the permitting requirements are. There have been some challenges in making sure that they're applying for the correct permits and explaining it properly to whoever needs to approve it. So there's certain elements of like the actual installation, what parts and pieces need to be purchased and installed, how to transport the units, what additional holding tanks need to be included in water heating applications. That's all like very technical training. There's the permitting side of things. And then there's also being able to speak to customers about the technology. If they're not comfortable with it, they're not going to be able to explain it to a customer or be able to sell it to a customer or provide a recommendation where it makes the most sense. So in the context of the pilot right now, we're very much focused on the technical side of things. But if we do see that there are savings that justify continuing to promote gas heat pumps in Maryland, then I do foresee that there would be a need to train contractors in terms of being able to speak to customers, being able to address more complex permitting questions or installation situations.
So right now you haven't identified a group of contractors that you're training, but you're saying that might be something that would be done in the future.
Yes, so we do have contractors that have agreed to participate. They're already based in Maryland. These are just, again, kind of similar to what I was saying with the criteria with finding customers. These are contractors who are willing to kind of go out of their way to try something new and try something a little bit different. So it is right now like 1 or 2 contractors that's participating, but as I said, I anticipate additional training would be necessary if we were going to expand after this pilot.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about, and maybe it's premature to ask this question, but the monitoring part of the pilot proposal in terms of gathering the data, how much of that is based on the customers versus the company? Just talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So for the customers that we identified to participate in the pilot, we've provided GTI Energy, who again is our implementer. We've provided them with historical gas usage data to be able to baseline what the customers were using before the gas heat pump was installed. And then we'll be providing post-installation data. And they've also installed many different systems for sensing, and that includes like monitoring equipment at the exact unit. So rather than just using their data based on their overall gas usage at the meter, which is inclusive of any and all appliances, including like stoves or fireplaces or anything that might be using gas, they're monitoring at the system level for the gas heat pump equipment that's being installed. I think they're also able to monitor like what the temperature settings are for water heating or their thermostat. So they're gathering a significant amount of data and are intending to include that in modeling to be able to expand the data set beyond just the field test homes.
So can you talk a little bit how long this is going to run? I think there was a table in the pilot, or a schedule in the pilot proposal. Just wondering if that is reality.
Yes, I would say best case scenario, we would have started the pilot as soon as the beginning of the program cycle, but since we had to refile the proposal to make a little bit clearer what we wanted to accomplish, it's been a little bit delayed, as we've spoken about. But our plan is to be able to basically monitor for as long as we can to be able to capture as much data as possible while we're in people's homes, and then be able to translate that again into modeling, which DTI does. There's a whole host of engineering calculations, and it's going into modeling software, and they're going to be able to extrapolate some findings from there. And then we're also going to be going through the evaluation process. So I expect that we'll finish collecting and analyzing the data by the end of this year, but I doubt that our evaluation report coming from our third-party evaluator Guidehouse will be ready until next year.
And right now, you have 2 units installed in residences, and you've identified some potential customers. Okay. I think my last question is really kind of back, I think, picking up on something that Ms. Miller had asked. Can you just, anybody, talk about why the emission rates in the market assessment were based on today's electric grid and not a life cycle analysis that assumes that we would have declining emissions from the grid?
I can speculate a little bit on that. That's probably within the assumptions that were made by our vendor, GTI Energy. I think what they wanted to do is just use a snapshot of what is happening right now in terms of fuel mix. And again, it was in broader average nationwide variables and assumptions. So, fuel mix in different parts of the country are going to evolve and develop differently in different parts over time. So I think they were just trying to keep to more of a broader, general type of energy fuel mix and starting it from real time today. Again, that is assumption, I think, but just knowing what the graphic was attempting or to demonstrate, I think that'd be a reasonable assumption.
And so, Commissioner Bouvard, too, we did attempt to get a representative from our consultant to be here today. Unfortunately, we just couldn't find somebody that was available.
Okay.
If I might add.
Sure.
So what was in the preliminary market assessment was a very generalized piece of analysis. The figure that is the subject of a lot of this controversy is, again, just a very small snapshot. But I think what we've learned, especially from this discussion and from comments from stakeholders, is that we're going to be very clear about our assumptions in our final report and very clear about how we're calculating savings. We're probably going to avoid making any comparisons against electric equipment because we're a gas utility. That's not our business. So I think that there will be an opportunity for stakeholders as well to participate in the evaluation process through the evaluation advisory group, and we're looking forward to more robust conversations in that forum.
Yeah, and I think an analysis that's based on kind of a generic hypothetical set of assumptions as opposed to the real requirements that exist in Maryland is not as useful as it could be. So,
Commissioner, could I weigh in briefly on this question as well?
Sure.
Just on you've heard the mention of a snapshot as the approach the company took, and I think that's the big problem that both Ms. Miller and I alluded to in our comments. There's a good argument for using marginal emissions with respect to new electric heat pumps, and that being that, well, this is new electrical load that hasn't existed before, therefore new generation will come online or ramp up more to meet that load. So that is a good sort of proxy for marginal emissions. The question is whether you're taking a snapshot using kind of a static short-term analysis, or whether you're taking a long-term look that takes into account the changes that we know are coming to the grid. So there are short-term marginal emissions, there are long-term marginal emissions. Here, the company used short-term and not even an accurate representation of what short-term marginal emissions are in PJM. They didn't provide specific Maryland data to back that up, as you've heard. So I think the reason why the policy considerations are so important here is because they inform what the analysis should be. And what you've heard from both Ms. Miller and OPC is that because of Maryland policy, our electricity grid will get cleaner than it already is now on an average basis, which is pretty clean with all the nuclear, low carbon with all the nuclear. But that's going to continue to become cleaner as the RPS ramps up.
Those were all my questions, unless anybody has anything they want to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, the commission recognizes Commissioner Linton.
Just for one, I just had one quick question. I guess I just wanted to make sure, and good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to make sure that the record was clear about what the commission's authority is in this particular moment for this particular pilot. Because we kind of have two different positions or arguments that are getting presented to us today. One suggesting that the commission has the authority to move forward with this particular pilot, not just to move forward, but to have authorized it in the first place. But then the other suggesting that moving forward with it is in some way prohibited by not just current state policy, but what we expect to be a more well-established and more well-defined policy moving forward. So, just so that I'm clear from the parties on the table, obviously you both have positions on this. Two of you, staff and OPC, staff and WGL, are making the argument that we have the legal authority to initiate the pilot and move forward with it. Do either of you dispute or disagree with the argument that the commission also has the authority to end the pilot if they decided to do so?
No, Your Honor. If the commission decides to end the pilot, this is ratepayer funded money. This is under your discretion. So if the commission decides to end this pilot, then that's your decision. It's not our recommendation at this time, but it's...
Yes, I understand. I understand it's not your recommendation for both, for staff and for WGL as well. Would WGL agree with that?
I think in principle, although it would, I think I would want to take a much closer look at the record of what was represented in the history of the proposal in this particular case and apply the particular standards and statutes.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes. Qualified, but yes. So, and I guess to the People's Council and to MEEA, you would agree then that should the commission determine that we wish to move forward with this pilot, at least at this time, I'm not suggesting that you're agreeing that the long-term establishment of some other initiative or inclusion in future initiatives that would result in more funding going towards more greenhouse gas reduction initiatives or appliances or anything of that sort. That just as of this pilot before us right now, if the commission decided that it wished to go forward with this pilot, you would both agree that the commission has the authority legally to do that?
I'll speak first. The commission lawfully approved the pilot. We're not saying we necessarily agreed with all the rationale, but I think the commission retains jurisdiction over this pilot, just as it, revisited the DHCD income thresholds for categorical eligibility purposes. Mm-hmm. It maintains continuing jurisdiction over the company's plan and all pilots that are part of that plan. And if the commission decides that the pilot remains consistent with the public interest, considering the factors in Section 2113 of the Public Utilities article, then that's the commission's decision. Our argument is that it is not consistent with those factors and therefore should be ended.
I would agree, and what I would want to stress is 2113 it applies to every public service company action. So it overlays any provision in the Public Service Commission law in which a public service company is requesting permission from the commission to do something. So it overlays the EmPOWER program. So the commission has to consider the environment, state policies, and the IPCC in approving a program request from a Public Service Commission under EmPOWER. And the EmPOWER statute says that the commission should approve any program that's appropriate. So I would say appropriate when combined with the environmental factors listed in 2113 means the commission has to find that it doesn't harm state policy to approve a program. Now, that being said, obviously it is under the commission's jurisdiction to approve or not approve another program. And so that broad statement of does the commission have jurisdiction? Yes, the commission has jurisdiction to approve any program it deems appropriate, but it has to, part of that appropriateness is based on the factors in 2113.
Okay, so I got some very good lawyerly responses. Appreciate that very much.
Commissioner Littleton, could I just add just a little bit more, if I may? Just a little bit more to qualify. No, I think it's quite clear if we think back to the EmPOWER statute, the commission has a lot of discretion under that statute. But I think the company's position, which should be no surprise, is that if proposals for certain power programs meet the reasonable standard or whatever the terminology, the particular terminology is in the EmPOWER statute, that the commission does have some obligation to allow that program to proceed.
Okay. All right. I had one additional question, but I can't find the section I was referencing, so I will cede my time, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a question. I had a thought from Commissioner Linton's questioning. Mr. Hurley, does the commission have the authority to amend or to change the pilot with new information, such as the information we've received today in filings?
I believe the commission can amend a pilot. I mean, you did approve this pilot previously, and now we're looking to continue. I guess what OPC and MEA wants to stop it now, and we believe that there's some information that is valuable that we can learn from this pilot. So we believe we should continue forward. But if there's some amendments that the commission wants to put into the pilot, I don't think we have. I don't think you do have that authority to make that amendment.
Okay. Well, it does. I do weigh the fact that staff finds some value in this pilot. However, I tend to agree with Ms. Miller on the policy question. But I'm trying to make this like a brainstorming session. But I wonder if right now this is a complete pilot, because we're only looking at the gas appliances. We're looking at the gas HVAC. Is that correct? That's all we're doing is the high efficiency gas.
It's a specialized piece of equipment.
Okay,
yes.
But we're not comparing it, for instance, to what if we took currently a gas home, and retrofit it with an electric, a high efficiency electric
In this
facility.
pilot, no, but I mean, as we go forward and look at that kind of information with the evaluation advisor group, if this pilot continues and we look at the evaluation, we can definitely make those types of comparisons.
Well, how will we? I mean, if this is supposed to inform the commission on policies going forward, particularly in the near future, wouldn't that be useful to have maybe other I guess, scenarios, such as, again, what would the cost be to heavy up or retrofit a gas
Right.
home today, and go and install a high efficiency electric HVAC system?
I mean, sure, at this point with this
Do we have a
pilot-
chance to really compare all those options? I mean, under the current pilot?
As it's structured now, I don't think we're going down that path yet, but again, the pilot's not even near conclusion. We won't have that information until another year.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that it's kind of this weird timing thing, but obviously we can look at definitely get information on what it's going to cost to convert a gas home into an all-electric home. I mean, that there's information out there that we could
Or
we
just
could
simply
find.
to enable it to have a gas to electric HVAC system, high efficiency HVAC system.
Sure, I'm sure we can find information about that type of.
And you believe we've gone too far? It sounds like, we barely have 2 participants, and we're about to select 2 more participants. I mean, would adding maybe 2 more on top of that for an electric, to make the comparison between, cost and then outcomes, wouldn't that make it a more complete, if we're going to do a pilot in the first place, a more complete comparison and provide better information to the commission on policy going forward?
I think for a pilot purpose, we'd be looking at an electric pilot from an electric utility to determine that kind of fuel switching.
No, we'd be talking about currently a gas home that we could compare to a conversion of a gas home to an electric home.
We could find
So
information about the cost of what a gas conversion to an electric home would be. I mean, that's possible. I don't know if we're gonna, if at this point within this pilot process, I would say it's a fairly significant change to start adding full-on gas conversion to electric at this point in this particular pilot.
Okay, so you don't see any value. Ms. Miller, I mean, if we were to try to salvage this, at least, I think I don't know if I can vote on this anyway, since I think I dissented in approving the pilot in the first place, but would there be any value if we were to contemplate expanding the pilot to this other scenario?
Well, I think the only value is in comparing the gas heat pump to an electric heat pump. To just have a gas heat pump and have what it costs isn't very helpful other than knowing what it will cost. I mean, cost effectiveness, as I said before, is a comparison standard. And right now there's nothing that's being compared to. And so other than can we put gas heat pumps in? And so to me that's a very narrow pilot's arguably not worth the ratepayer money to do it. And I think part of the problem is the assessment that WGL did, which they claim it was preliminary, but they haven't said they're doing any more. And they also claim it didn't have to be finished before they did the next step. But I'll point out that on page 17 of their proposal, it says directly the opposite of that. So the problem is they have a 5-page market assessment that tells us really nothing. And that was their obligation to determine the market in order to justify the pilot to me. So, I agree with you that we need something to compare GHPs to in order to actually have a pilot that provides useful information to the commission and others.
But you don't think it would worth the cost? Is that what you're basically saying?
I don't think what?
I'm sorry. You don't think it's worth the cost at this point to try to amend this pilot?
Oh, I wasn't saying
Okay.
that. I'm saying I'm not sure this gas pilot will ultimately provide information that's worth the cost to ratepayers. With regard to having a more expansive pilot that actually compares GHPs to electric heat pumps, I can't say that I know the cost at this point, but I can say that that will provide much more useful information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. OPC, do you have any thoughts?
We agree. I'm just going to quickly, if I could, Commissioner, address the question of whether, that Mr. Hurley sort of brought up, as to if such a pilot were to be allowed, would it be appropriate for a gas-only utility to conduct it, to compare GHPs and EHPs? And I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. But definitely agree with Ms. Miller that comparison is the key question. And I think a pilot that did compare them would certainly be more valuable than the one that's ongoing. I think the question is whether we need a pilot to do that comparison, whether the analysis that we have on hand is enough. And I think the analysis is pretty strong that, electric heat pumps are where the market is going and are what are likely to be both more effective in reducing emissions and more cost effective going forward. That said, if the commission had doubts about that, I think the kind of pilot that you're describing would be very valuable.
So I guess I was more envisioning expanding this pilot. Maybe I keep calling it amending the pilot, but you don't, at this point, don't believe this is the right pilot to try to expand to have that kind of a comparison into electric.
I think an instant question. I mean, I think it's a question for the company whether, it's a question for the commission whether the commission wants to direct the company to do that. Again, I don't know, given that this is a gas-only company, whether it's the appropriate company to do that. But that's more of a discussion going forward.
Okay, so you'd want to go to an electric utility to convert the gas household. That's what you're suggesting? That would be a better way to expand if we were going to this pilot.
Possibly. I mean, these are questions I'm thinking through in real time, and I'd want to sort of talk with our technical experts as well. In fact, if I could punt it to our technical expert here to see if he has a
Ms.
thought on
Eichner,
that.
actually, she was nodding her head, so.
Ms. Eichner, we need you at a microphone for the court reporter.
Thank you, Commissioner Richard. We do think, I guess first, we do think that type of pilot would be more valuable. We don't know if it is necessary based on the data that currently exists on electric heat pumps. And our inclination would be that it should be done by an electric utility instead of a gas utility. We certainly appreciate, of course, it is not our decision. We like the idea, but we do think that maybe a gas-only utility would not be the correct utility simply because there's incentive, right? There's really no, and we're not suggesting that would affect the outcome, but there's simply no incentive for a gas utility to do that type of study for full electrification for a household. And we do think a lot of data exists on electric heat pumps right now, but it is something, of course, that the Commission could consider.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking of it more in terms as under the umbrella of EmPOWER, but I guess we do have these kind of stovepipes inside EmPOWER between gas and electric. So no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to all of the parties that participated today and throughout the year on developing and managing these EmPOWER programs. The Commission will endeavor to issue an order by the end of the month on any requests or proposals that remain unresolved as of today, and we will, or some of us will, look forward to seeing you again in October. This hearing is adjourned.